Hallo? Charlotte? Hallo. Hallo. Hallo.
Wow, wow. Das geht.
Gut, ich mache nicht so ein Theater. Und stop it. Ja, denn, wenn wir nicht runter die arbeiten, dann bitte. Muten Sie sich bitte. Muten Sie sich bitte. Muten.
oder?
Also ich kann auch laut anmachen. Und Sie schalten mich dann ein, wenn sobald ich dran bin.
Kann auch sein, dass es weiß, was man sich bestätigt, da kann man fahren.
Welcome to the second day of the WAAS 64 conference. Our first
Vielen Dank.
Harnessing the Humanities for Human Security. This will be followed by 3 sessions in each of the 2 parallel streams. All the links are available in the agenda and will be shared again in the Zoom chat. What we're doing in these panel discussions is a very important step in the formulation of the future strategy and work of the World Academy. The process started late last year with a survey of fellows to decide what our priorities must be. A 3-day meeting of the Board of Trustees followed in November. And the fourth of this 4-day conference will be a general assembly of fellows to identify key issues, peoples, groups we can work with in order to frame critical perspectives that will shape our future programming. So the rich and insightful discussions that we had yesterday and which are to continue today are a part of this process that will ultimately shape the future of the academy and the impact that we'll have on the world. All the recordings of these sessions will be made available on the WAAS website, and we welcome comments and suggestions from all of you on the topics that are discussed in these sessions. Highlights of each session will be shared by email in the coming weeks, and a report of the entire conference will be published after the General Assembly. Send your perspectives, your specific proposals to support@worldacademy.org. All of these details will again be shared in chat. Now I invite Ben Overland and Diana Aiton-Schenker to take over.
A warm welcome to all of you to this 80-minute session on harnessing the humanities for human security for all. Also warm welcome from my co-moderator, Diana Aiton-Schenker. Human Security for All is a project of the World Academy of Science Association with UN headquarters. Is sitting at the center of future development. It is a unifying team that serves a core frame of reference to enhance effectiveness of a wide range of high-priority objectives. Human security must be as a benchmark, effective development strategies in the future in all directions. Before I leave the floor for the panelists, please let me introduce yourself very briefly, make some remarks on the framing of the session, and then to hand over to moderator Diana Schenker to do the same. I'm the founder holder UNESCO Chair on Global Understanding for Sustainability at the Friedrich-Schiller University of Jena, the initiator of the International Global Understanding of the leading global science organization, the Natural, Social, and Human Sciences in 2016. I'm and the co-moderator of this session, as already said, with Diana Aiton-Schenker. Placing you at the center of all future developments, call and respect of the current dominant approach for a shift in perspective from the planet Earth or nature in general, focus on conditions beings as actors with their cultural and social as well as geographical and as being part of nature and transforming it in accordance with mentioned backgrounds and for effective purposes. One assumes that we humans transform nature for our purposes and that this purposes depend on our culture, then it was obvious that sustainability and unity for all claims need to be built on a cultural basis and not primarily from the environment. Acceptance that implies the need for a double shift of paradigm in the policies. The first shift calls for a radical change from down to a bottom-up strategy, and for a change of the starting point from nature and environment. These two shifts include, in fact, a third one. Human security for all can only be achieved by a change in local practices irrespective of the cultural conditions. The implementation of these shifts are, in my view, the precondition for the harnessing of the humanities for human security. They lead to the vision that there are no natural disasters. Look at precisely. There are just natural events that be disasters because of these ways of humans to deal with nature. This is how I see the context of this session. I'd like to hand over to Liana. Liana, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Benno, and thank you to the Academy, the World Academy of Art Science. I'm so privileged and happy to be here. Thank you to our colleagues, Gary and Janani. Before I introduce our wonderful panelists, Lucy Atala, Dennis Zakharopoulos, and Mila Popovic, I want to introduce myself and share some of my thoughts in framing this discussion on harnessing humanities for human security. Harnessing humanities for human security has at its heart humanity, humanities, human security. This matters so much today, and it matters as we look towards not only the summit of the future, but the moment of today that invites and envisions that future. So I'm privileged to be coming into this conversation as CEO of Leonardo ISAST, the International Society of Art, Science, and Technology, and as executive director of our partnership with Arizona State University, where I serve as professor of practice and senior global futures scientist at the Julie Ann Wrigley Global Futures Lab, an interplanetary scholar with the ASU Interplanetary Initiative. I also bring to this conversation my lens as an entrepreneur, international human rights lawyer, philanthropic innovator, and author of 4 books, 3 on multilateral engagement, 2 on the United Nations, and 1 on the international community, more inclusively, that incorporates the work of this agency. When we think about harnessing humanity for human security, we must imagine and unleash our imagination to embrace a new paradigm for multilateral agency and architecture, including this academy, one that reflects this vision of human security for all, meaning a world in which humans live in freedom from fear, freedom from want, and freedom to live with dignity. Now, I suggest that one way to frame that harnessing of humanity is a different kind of paradigm shift than Benno was introducing, that perhaps builds on or gives context. This is the paradigm shift, not for the future, but for what I see as having already begun. A paradigm shift we are in now from an extractive system noted by the key drivers to contain, control, and conquer into a regenerative system with the key drivers to empathize, collaborate, and co-create. How might we come into a regenerative system, this systemic paradigm shift, to harness humanity for human security for all by empathizing, by co-creating, by collaborating? We do this at the heart of our work with humanities, our interdisciplinary work, our work that draws on hybrid creativity across art, science, technology, and all the arena of human engagement. We do not do this in isolation from nature, nor in a binary of movement from nature guiding our actions or our actions as a species guiding nature, but recognizing the complexity of our interdependence, that we are a natural species, we are creating and part of natural systems that reflect who we are as living organisms. So it's less of a shift from nature to culture or from culture to nature, rather a shift in our mindset that we are nature, and as natural beings, we shape our future, and we do so together. That kind of collaborative, empathetic co-creation requires the vision of the humanities. And this is why and how the humanities are so essential to harness to really bring about that human security for all to live with dignity, free from fear and free from want. That requires further giving space and currency to the visionaries who can see this change that we want to be. In order to see the change that we want to be, building on Gandhi's imperative to be the change we want to see and embody our future, we have to first envision it. And as our colleague Maria Fernanda Espinosa said in the opening session yesterday, to envision a future, and I would go even further and envision a present in which humans live with dignity, free from fear and want, is not too much to ask. It should be our baseline. And as Gary pointed out in the opening session as well, there's a fundamental question that I think drives me in coming to this conversation that I'll turn over to the panelists in introducing themselves. And that's why now? Why does this matter so much now? As our colleague Ketan Patel suggested in his work with Force for Good, we actually have solutions. What we need is the will, the mobilization, the capacity to act on these strategies. So before we come into the conversation about solutions and strategies from your experience, I'm going to invite the panelists to introduce themselves and share how you're coming to this conversation, framing how we harness humanities for human security, and share with us your key ideas through that introduction. And I'll begin with Lucy Atala.
Thanks, Diana. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm happy to be here. So my name is Lucy Atala, and I'm an environmental anthropologist who has a social anthropology background. I work in Wales at the moment, but my most of my fieldwork has been done looking at water insecurity in ASAL regions of primarily northeast Kenya, where subsistence horticulturalists live without piped water and who are suffering in countless ways. But more recently, I've adopted an interdisciplinary new materialities focus, which aims to demonstrate our dependency on the physical world. And so I've done this firstly by looking at water's physical behaviors, and then mapped those against its role in shaping the way the Giriama people of the region I've been working in understand what it means to be human. So there's almost a direct correlation between the behaviors of water with some of their sort of the core of their cultural ideas. And so I've started using that method in other locations, in Spain, in Wales, and then more recently in Colombia with a group of people called the Kogi in Santa Marta. So in association with that, I co-edit a series of books with my colleague who's an archaeologist. So it's an arcanth kind of collaboration. Her name is Professor Steele. And the book series looks at how different entities shape humanity. And so we've published on water and on bodies, on plants, on soil, on the earth, and so on. And we're moving to food. Hooray, we get to eat. And all of this is in an attempt to, they're very accessible books. So it's in an attempt to dethrone the human, to make that kind of normal, and to challenge human exceptionalism. And basically it's a reminder that existence is relational, that we're all in relationship and we're in this together with the plants and water and so on. Yeah. But so I think I'm here today because I'm also the Deputy Executive Director of UNESCO Bridges Programme, which addresses the SDGs. And it does that by using a bit of a mouthful, a transdisciplinary, humanities-informed sustainability science. It's a mouthful we're going to have to get our head around a little bit. So, what on earth is this mouthful, you ask, probably? Well, let me just first tell you why Bridges exists at all. And Bridges is the first program of its kind in the UN family of organizations. And its founding members, UNESCO, the Humanities for the Environment, and the International Council for Philosophy and Human Sciences, birthed Bridges for a couple of reasons. Firstly, because they recognized that despite all our best intentions, the Sustainable Development Goals are simply not going to be realized, not at the pace and scale that's necessary. And so this casts very serious doubts on any of these targets being reached, really. And secondly, because product innovation and technology and technological advances are frequently less effective than local community-centered projects that render very complex ideas, often very complicated ideas, and systems into more manageable interpersonal and intersectoral collaborations. And so because of these two facts, the founding partners resolved to establish a body to strengthen the sustainability science domain by instrumentally and meaningfully including the humanities, put next to that in brackets, and the arts, in all research projects from the very outset, from the research question stage. So this is a fundamental shift. So Bridges uses then a sort of broad and inclusive definition of humanities, because I think it's worth noting, particularly for a panel that's talking about the humanities, that the word humanities is actually quite complicated and it doesn't always translate that well. And actually the same applies to the word science. It's used very differently depending on what culture or country you come from. So what is considered a humanities subject can vary really dramatically depending on who you're talking to. And in some areas, this has caused some friction. And in others, it's caused a rather strange knowledge hierarchy, with certain subjects being thought of as better than others. And for some, it actually causes damage to how people are able to know of the world. So I'd like to argue here that these are quite unnecessary, uncomfortable labels that do more than just categorize. In fact, they accentuate some divisions within what, for people's lived reality, is really a blended knowledge landscape. So let's remember the physicist poets, the artist engineers, the clergy scientists, the indigenous ecologists, the people who work with the stories from the ancestors, the biologists who got inspiration from their dreams. Remember DNA and James Watson with his dream. So, you know, those rigid boundaries sort of slightly misrepresent the lived realities that we all, you know, go through. And we need to acknowledge that some perspectives or methods or subjects, you know, even with this lived reality, some subjects have a louder voice and a seat at the table, which kind of valorizes them and certain approaches over others. And this is starting to marginalize certain skills and the insights of others. And so that's what I think this panel is really about. And to remedy that, then, Bridges is actively encouraging the creative sort of cross-fertilization of methods. And this is quite a task. Cross-fertilizations of methods, of understandings, of theories, drawing different approaches together, you know, with the values of the humanities, plus a whole load of other voices, into conversation to even start to think about what a problem actually looks like, rather than even just how to address them. So really getting right into the core of this. We're labeling certain things problems, but are they? Is the big question. Have I nearly run out of time? Have I run out of time?
You've run out of time, but you've also
Okay.
run up this great ramp of introduction that is just wonderful, pulling together so many strands. And it's Mila Popovich to follow on. Thank you so much, Lucy, and welcome, Mila.
Thank you so much. Wonderful to be here with you. I just first of all want to congratulate the World Academy of Art and Science on its 64th birthday. And every year needs to be a year of revitalization and a year of self-reflection, which I think this is the moment for our gathering. For a values-based organization, for a living organization, this is necessary to reapply itself, reevaluate itself, and reapply itself towards the demands of the day. And I really hope and expect that us coming together and showing up in the public space like this re-energizes the World Academy to take its proper place and its proper purpose in the world that was, you know, based in its foundation. So really happy to be here to say hello to all of my friends, to all of the colleagues and all the panelists, and to once again wish the World Academy happy 64th and many more of good, valuable work. So I am plugging in today, as the youth would say, from Montenegro, and working right now both in the US and Montenegro. So in some ways, at the center of the world, and at the center of the political, military, economic power, and also at another center, a tiny country at the intersection of East and West is kind of a portal and a doorway between worlds, which offers a significant, really meaningful perspective on what is going on in the world on the periphery of NATO, at the center of the old world, at the center of the birthing of new things in Europe. These are just some pointers as to what Montenegro is right now and why it's significant to speak of it. So I will go towards why I'm mentioning the country where I'm working right now is because of what we have created in the country to apply the knowledge of humanities to policy making, to institutional innovation, to moving social fronts for social transformation in the country, in the region of the Western Balkans, which, as you know, history tells us has been an explosive region and needs to be the peacemaker right now, because it's a linchpin in the Balkans, and it's a linchpin in that sense for stability and security in Europe that is being challenged right now through all the geostrategic events and environmental events and economic challenges that we see right now. So this is a little bit of a kind of a macro picture and references that I wanted to offer and to inform you how it is that we are applying the integrated, unified, federated knowledge of which we are speaking right now, unifying that knowledge to apply ourselves in the political arena. I will give a couple of insights before that, based on the values and vision that ties both the values and vision of World Academy with this project and institution that I'm running here. So this was an unusual introduction. I'm a trustee of the World Academy, a founder of Evolving Leadership, consultancy for organizational development, planetary pathfinding, as well as individual excellence. And right now in the role of Director General of the Directorate for Interculturalism at the Ministry of Human and Minority Rights in the government of Montenegro. And this is a institutional innovation that was started or established by the government in 2022, right after or at the very tail end of COVID, which is very significant because for a country that is so ancient and set in its ways in so many ways, I think the very crisis of COVID generated an opportunity of which we so often speak in the World Academy, of seizing the moment and seizing the most opportune, critical time to create positive change. This is exactly what happened here. And I was invited as a foreign expert. I am originally from former Yugoslavia and Montenegro, but also naturalized American, and I was perceived as an American, as a foreign expert. This intentionally mentioned just to kind of showcase the spectrum of identities that we have as artists and scientists and multidimensional beings that we all need to bring to the forefront and engage for the social transformation that we need. So I was invited by the government as a foreign expert to create something that will generate social cohesion that is so much needed in a very divided country, only to realize, as you all now know, how deeply divided the world is. And what we are witnessing right now is collapse of social bonds, to the point where we have a crisis of social cohesion on which everything rests. In fact, I will go so far to say that humanity needs a new social contract based and sourced in universal human rights and responsibilities and universal humanistic values for true peace, actual sustainability, and human security for all. Everything rests on social cohesion, renewal of social bonds, re-energizing trust in communities, in institutions, in social leadership, and most certainly in generating social movements for global social transformation. Simply, this country, USA, the entire world needs a new story, needs a new vision, which I think, as I think Diana mentioned, is already emerging. It is already on its way. The question is, how can we harness the social energy that is already moving, harness it in a positive, constructive, transformational way, instead of letting it resort to violence, conflict, and mayhem or chaos that will cause us serious issues long term. So now is this most opportune moment to harness the social energy that is already rising in the youth in reaction to what's going on in the world, in reaction to the future that is profoundly uncertain, and to harness it for the good, as we now often speak in the World Academy, for the good. The role of the Academy in any values-based organization is really, really significant in devising, designing, and convening forces and resources for generating the new social contract that will determine the price and value of everything, and that will most certainly heal the biosocial conflict on which all of our systems are based. All of our systems are indeed based on the biosocial conflict, on the nature put against the globe, if you will. And all the social systems, first of all, exploiting the natural resources on different demographics, exploiting and abusing each other's resources. It starts from individual relationships, scaled up all the way to institutional, global institutional structures and systems. So we need to heal and reassess the biosocial conflict to generate new systems of care and support, to generate new sense of authority, especially moral authority, based on life-affirming values and life-affirming systems that can sustain all of us, and to, of course, dedicate time to understand what Lucy was speaking about, that our entire existence is relational. And to that effect, what our work in the Directorate for Interculturalism is based on is to repeat universal human rights and responsibilities and universal humanistic values, and on what we call the culture of interbeing, which is, again, unifying the spiritual and scientific knowledge, as some ancient spiritual traditions have shown us, but science is more and more proving to us that we are indeed relational beings, that all life forms, all beings, all phenomena are interdependent and interconnected. Based on that, what kind of ethics, what kind of economics, what kind of politics do we need to devise in order to adhere to the core spiritual and scientific principles that we talk about? And in that sense, maybe I'll just point towards 3 key principles and models that we are building, which are...
I'm going to ask you to just wrap up with those 3, and then we'll have more time to really dive deeper. Such a beautiful introduction.
Thank you. So the key principles and models that we are building are peaceful coexistence and conviviality, because all the cultures, all the societies are multicultural, but sometimes that multiculturality is being abused and misused to keep us as islands in the ocean, rather than with this understanding and with this integrated knowledge that we speak about. So it's peaceful coexistence, it's solidarity in all of our systems based on solidarity, and of course, co-responsibility for shared futures, because of the fact that we have to reassess our way of being, belonging, and becoming, as the great human need for all of these is arising, and as the great human aspiration for unity and diversity, to round off with this fantastic motto of the World Academy, is rising in youth, in the streets, in institutions. And we are trying to demonstrate that it is possible in a small country at a critical place, at a critical time, to model that for the world and add a key note to the greater harmony in humanity.
Thank you so much. And I'm inspired by the range of ideas and movement that you're pulling together here as interdependent, intersectional. I think that is an important reflection on Lucy's introduction as well, and Benno's framing. So with that integration and interdependence, let me invite our 3rd panelist to introduce himself and welcome very much Dennis to the conversation. Thank you so much for being here today.
Hello, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you, the World Academy of Arts and Sciences, which is always very inspiring with all the events they are creating, so that make us think and reconsider a lot of things. I would say that in order to participate really and to thank you today for this meeting. I have already a few great and positive feelings and some very negative experiences. The negative experience is technology. Since my new hearing aids, they don't get a good quality of sound, so I hear very badly most of what you say. And it is to say, not about me, but about the general problem, that the quality of transmission of technology is unfortunately interfering very hard into what we could call culture and art and information and whatever. So I guess that one thing that damages the world situation and create always troubles for security is not necessarily misunderstanding or misinformation. Is already the difficulty to reach even a bad information because you have previously like a bad tool, or at least a tool that pretends to be good, but pretends to be perfect, and people believe that technology is a perfect tool, and it is extremely poor. I mean, if now instead of you, I should have here an orchestra, or even a pianist or a violin. If Einstein would have played his violin and not talk about his theories, we would be perfectly unable to appreciate what a violin is. And insofar I am concerned with both topics, the one is the arts and the other is humanities. Humanities are definitely a way to reconsider how we relate to human experiences and human practices, either historically or psychologically or sociologically or whatever you want. Nevertheless, if the sound or the matter, the material quality of things is not sufficient, it is like a very good recipe and a great cook with a bad meat and a bad vegetables. It will be a very interesting attempt, but a very poor result, because imagination is not necessarily the first quality we need. To be able to distinguish, let's say, a good meat from a bad meat, a fresh vegetable from an old vegetable, etc., is what makes, but an artist, for instance, makes his work, choosing always the best he could find and the best he could do. And this is also the way in the humanities, at least during the 20th century or after the end of the 19th century. We grew up with an idea. I grew up myself in European studies in university, and most of my professors, I very much honor still, were people much older than me, even older than the generation of my parents, people they were active, many of them, before the war. And they were bringing with them, let's say, a dream of a different century. Therefore, I found so important and such an honor for me to be a fellow in this academy, because somehow the challenge of this academy was how, not only how to consider future in a futuristic way, but how to go back in what made that the present already of the last war was such a catastrophe that we should really reconsider. And therefore, people like Bertrand Russell or Oppenheimer or Einstein or all these people, they had really to create what we call today ethics, but it's a poor concept if you keep it, let's say, on a legal level. definitely the arts is a matter of ethics. If you play a correct sound when you play a violin, that Einstein knew it perfectly, you cannot speculate about it. It's right or wrong. It's tuned or out of tune. And that is an ethical question. It's not an aesthetical question. Therefore, most of scientists, writers, artists in the field of human experiences after the war and until recently, and perhaps until now, they care much more about the dissonances than about harmony. Because harmony is something we can work on harmony, like consensus. All our institutions are made on consensus. So we can go away and say, congratulations, we had a good panel, we met each other, we are all beautiful or interesting people. But if we come to the point, if we have to speak about one single word, not all the blah blah of all of us, I guess we would immediately find how far we are from meaning the same thing with one single word. And this wooden language we are using most of the time, the jargon of international institutions, of cultural industries, of political talk, of television, and whatever. I mean, all this construction of a fake consensus. It is like you build a nice building, and what is nice in this building? Everything is already decided before. You have all the rules given by the law, so you respect this law. You don't invent anything. In fact, artists, there is such a demand for innovation, but artists become more and more reactionary in that sense. They don't innovate. The new thing for an artist is to stick back to the old stuff. What we are going to forget, what we are abandoning in terms of what? In terms of a fake innovation. Innovation for what? It doesn't mean there is no innovation, but it needs a lot of struggle to invent something.
Thank you.
An extraordinary story. If I'm long, you interrupt me.
This can be your final story, and then we'll move on to continue.
When Malraux visited the United States, invited with the Kennedys, etc., the de Menil French, very rich family, made an extraordinary dinner with the Kennedys and all the New York stuff and American stuff, good society, to please Malraux. And they asked Malraux if there was somebody in the States he would like to meet. Malraux thought and said, yes, there is one person, Einstein. Great trouble for Mrs. de Menil, how to put the same table, Kennedy, Mrs. Kennedy, Einstein, Malraux, and all the... So she found a good idea to make separate tables. So in the middle was one round table with Malraux and Einstein, and all the others, Mrs. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. de Menil, Mrs. de Menil, etc. When Malraux arrived, he was a very brilliant man. He was talking to everybody. And at the end of the blah, 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 the mundane things, he goes to the table where Einstein was in his little jacket sitting. And Malraux speaks, oh, I'm honored, etc., etc. Einstein, thank you. And Malraux takes out a little block and a pen. Einstein said, are you going to take notes? I said, no, but I have so many ideas, if I don't put them down, I will forget them. Einstein said, oh, lucky you. I'm afraid if I ever would have one idea in my life, I would never forget. And that is exactly the problem of our time. We have so many ideas, but who is able to have one idea, it will be the idea of his life that will stick for life, like Einstein. And Einstein, I believe, was as much an artist as a scientist. Not only.
Well, that's a wonderful note to transition, because that that intersectional blended identity of an artist and scientist is very much at the heart of who we are here in this session, who we are as a species on the planet, how we understand coming to these big questions of so many ideas coalescing around a central purpose to bring, by harnessing humanity, truly the humanities, truly a human security for all. So with that, I'm going to hold myself back from jumping onto the many things that inspired me from these three rich introductions and turn it over to my colleague Benno to bring us into the next prompt of our conversation.
Yeah, thank you, Diana. Yeah, I mean, it was very interesting to listen to you, but focus on now just three questions. I mentioned my background by these three questions. A person who has degrees from both faculties in natural sciences and the humanities. And I was working with the bringing up of the International Year of Global Understanding, working with the social science and the humanities, was bringing people together, didn't know each other before. It was an absolutely separate world, but bring them together led finally to several things discussed here in time, like the International Science Council. Also, British is one of the babies of that International Year of Global Understanding, making the point that the humanities, sustainability policies will not reach their goal. My analysis to that is very, very things to exclude interdisciplinary traditions. For instance, if you say that planetary solution, this has in the background an actual scientist vision of the geosciences. I'm a member of the geosciences. And I see how this vocabulary is dominating disciplines. So this is the reason why I try to focus the next step in our discussion on traditions. The first, what are your specific personal experiences with humanities around by living in transdisciplinary or disciplinary endeavors?
Benno,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Benno, we're having trouble hearing your audio clearly. And I know you've crafted these questions so well and artfully. I want to make sure our panelists hear what you are saying that's so valuable. Would it be helpful if I read the questions I know you're sharing, or do you want to give it another shot?
What is the question? What can't hear me?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm afraid the audio is not clear. Your ideas, however, are very clear. So perhaps it would be helpful if I read the questions I know that you wanted to raise next. Okay. With a great appreciation for the technology that serves us and our own ingenuity to troubleshoot when we have some challenges. So we want to shift to inviting your solutions and strategies. What's working in harnessing humanities for human security for all through your work? And to better focus your contributions to this discussion, Benno had suggested keeping in mind three questions in particular, however is helpful for you. So one, what are the experiences from your own background in humanities of the transdisciplinary work that's having an impact so far? Two, from the point of view of humanities, how do you see human security for all? And three, what do you envision as the role humanities can play in the future to improve human security for all? I think that these wonderful questions from Benno help suggest ways that you could illuminate for us some solutions and strategies from your experience and perspective. Benno, I hope that captured what we wanted to bring out next. Okay, so let me begin with you, Mila, in sharing, and maybe we'll take a few minutes each and welcome your thoughts.
Thank you so much. Maybe the best way to speak about these questions is through enacting a vision. As I said earlier, we need a vision, values-based vision for a new social contract. And I kind of explained what are some of the key principles and guidelines towards that. So within a year, that is a year and a half time, at a very sensitive time with the war in Ukraine, and we being at the intersection of the forces, it's a very, very vulnerable terrain that we are working in, and potentially, like I said, explosive. So it's very key that we steer this kind of social transformation primarily starting with youth, because youth is using technology in a way that is making them connect faster, easier, and they're eager to connect. They're eager to go beyond their differences or limiting identities. They're more willing to diversify their own identities in order to expand their own connectivity. To them, it is more important to become and belong and authentically be than to create more divisions. Unfortunately, it is us adults that are misusing technology, and technology is a wonderful instrument that when it is ethically guided can serve, in fact, to resolve a lot of issues. In that sense, I will quickly just notice that, as I've said before at other of our gatherings, that we are currently, humanities is kind of pushed between Scylla and Charybdis of, on the one hand, existential risks that are mounting and becoming more accelerated and complex, and on the other hand, the acceleration and convergence of technologies. And everything hinges on social cohesion, on the new social agreement, on the shared direction and the shared universal values that we have to direct technology to solve our existential risks. So what is it that we did in Montenegro, starting with youth? We started with organizing youth around an event that we call Direct Intercultura Montenegro, which means we're branding the country as the land of interculture, in order to mobilize the youth to connect well as social artists, using their creative capacities to understand that through self-expression, they can in fact influence policy making, they can in fact influence institutions and their own movements towards positive change and positive transformation that is life-affirming and unifying. Then what we did, we created the platform, institutional platform based on which we became a part of the program of the government, which meant budgeting and funding these initiatives. And we entered the program, the kind of a long-term also program of the government to fund this. And right now we are in the directorate of the process of funding civil society and NGOs to implement these ideas and to make sure that in a very creative social artist way, we are transforming this society as a model in the region, in Europe, and like I said, hopefully be able to be model in the UN, because we are right now also applying for a Security Council seat. Montenegro is applying. So it's very significant that we distinguish ourselves as a candidate country to sit at Security Council. I mean, these are very concrete and very specific ways in which we are doing this, as also a candidate for ascension into the EU, as a leading country in Council of Europe. So there's a series of consequences, positive consequences to an initiative like this that reverberates through the social field and through Montenegro's integration into global society. Now we're also in the formation of the working group to already work on the national strategy for interculturalism and social cohesion, for which we have gotten a stamp of approval by the government, which will become, as it has been recommended, an umbrella strategy for the development of Montenegro, and Montenegro being a multicultural, multi-ethnic, ecological state of social justice. All this noble vision that it was put in its constitution is now being enacted through a national strategy this way. So these are just some markers, and we're already starting intergovernmental committees for interculturalism, social cohesion with neighboring countries. So the set of concentric circle of this initiative is already reverberating through the region. And I just wanted to mention a set of specific actions that we have done in order to move the fronts, move the youth, to move the political will.
Thank you. Wonderful example of a national strategy that may serve and aspires to serve as an example in those concentric circles, far beyond that particular place. Another expression that manifests and reinforces Benno's vision of the paradigm shift from bottom up as well. So I thank you for that. Lucy, I'm hoping you can, in sharing some of your insights on solutions and strategy, move from an example of one nation to the international, interagency engagement, perhaps through bridges or other experiences. I was especially appreciative of your bringing in, through your introduction, the value of learning from other ecosystems and other wisdom traditions, including in particular Indigenous voices who bring that long history of ethics preceding the 20th century constructs we also value. Lucy?
Sure, thank you. I'd just like to start by saying I've recently come back from the UN Civil Society Conference in Nairobi, and I was shocked to learn that of the nearly 70 civil society conferences over the years, this is the first one that was ever held in the Global South. So that's a scandal, right? But it signposts an underlying change, that there has now been one of these conferences in the Global South. And to counterbalance that really shameful reality, 40% of the attendants were under 30. Now that was stunning, right? So this chimes very much with what Mila was saying about youth, and you know, obviously youth of the future, but there's something happening at the moment. You could feel it at the conference. You know, the youth, the 20-somethings are rising up. They're you know, those who were born around the turn of the century, those who are graduating now from universities, and I'm popping that in for purpose. They're bold, they're challenging, and their recurring slogan is "We the people." Right? That's actually what reverberated across the air at this sort of civil society conference in Nairobi, and along with that, there's a sense that for them that the ancestors are communicating, right? There's a significant shift that is happening. So that's the kind of positive bit of an example in the world, you know, just happening now around the world, how the youth voice is getting louder. We're the older lot, you know, shifting over a bit. We're making space, and they've got some strong and beautiful ideas. They tell a very different story. But in terms of bridges, then, I suppose really what we're trying to do is we're trying to humanize all the disciplines, right? This is the aim, so that we can establish flourishing rather than just sustaining. Sustaining sounds so dull. We need to flourish, gosh, you know, and that goes beyond the boundaries that I was talking about before, and bringing new stories to life. And often these new stories are where the innovation is held. And that's also quite messy. So, and something I think that we're not used to allowing in, but messy's sort of interesting. You know, this is where some of the fun play happens, and I think it's okay for us to pull on those sort of messy realities and not be scared of them, because, you know, after all, it is people who have created all of these problems, the problems that the SDGs are hoping to address. It's people, it's just people, it's us. So, sustainability science kind of leans towards technological solutions, but it cannot address those human aspects of adaptation and change. It needs those people who understand humanity, and that is the humanities and the arts, and indigenous groups' wisdom, which is very rooted in the earth and in the ground often. And the humanities, relies on these really qualitative features to tell stories and to use critical thinking. And this is something that I really want to sort of give just a tiny bit of time to here, is that they provide a culturally informed ethical focus that other disciplines have all but abandoned. And they situate findings and understandings historically, politically, economically, and geographically in these different contexts. So, the humanities brings all sorts of skills to the table that Paul Hulme in 2015 in his book, The Value of Humanities, shows have been left out even from economics. The sciences, the natural sciences, for some people they call them the hard sciences, and economics, they've put that ethical focus to the side in recent years, to the point where curricula has very little element of criticism in them. And that makes it very difficult for people to form any kind of sense of critical citizenship. And this has been proved again and again that pure science and economics have failed to produce an understanding of that symbolic life that makes all of us social and makes, and therefore human. So it's putting all those things back together is what Bridges is trying to do, so that we have new questions, we see the problems differently, and therefore we come up with different solutions. And we've got a few projects. You can visit our website. I know I haven't got enough time here to explain. I can see Diana already getting, stop talking, Lucy. Do visit our website. We've got a booklet there of 60 something projects that you can have a look at that are trying to do things differently.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm constrained by this format because I just want to ask more questions and spend more time together with those messy stories that do make things playful and meaningful and juicy. This is how we humanize our life. It's how we live our life. And the stories will bring me back to Dennis, who so generously shared a story with us. But I want to first touch on a few things that came up, referencing the way that we are humanizing our time now and our approach into this future, humanizing with an intergenerational lens and intergenerational shift. By that, I don't mean abdicating our responsibility to the next generation. I'm actually less interested in the next generation and more interested in the now generation of all of us. How do we engage together and give genuine, generous, generative voice to those who have not had that privilege, from whom we have so much to learn and with whom we have so much to engage? The 20-somethings who are bold and beautiful and seeing the world differently are partners with ancestors who they're hearing the call, the communication from the ancestors. And that kind of fluidity is where I think we truly humanize how we go forward, not just to a sustainable development, but as you rightly point out, something in which we can truly flourish. That's why I suggest we are in the process of moving into a regenerative system, rather than a sustainable goal. Sustainable is a rather low bar. And ironically, it's unsustainable. If we sustained where we are, it's not sustainable. We need that regenerative mode. That's where new questions and new ways of looking, new ways of belonging and becoming and being, and new stories come in. So with that, I want to turn to Dennis as our storyteller of your perspective. Where are the solutions and strategies most exciting for you, offering a promise to harness humanity for human security for all?
Okay, thank you, and I hope to be very short because time is short. I would like to say that in relation to all the discussion today, and especially the whole topic of harnessing the humanities, I would really consider one very important issue relating to humanities in terms of, let's put it, human security, as you say. And I'm happy you are talking about regeneration instead of sustainability. I believe that the main issue, the main thing about humanities is field work. There is the big change about knowledge in the 19th century with the humanities is they introduced the notion of field. That means anthropology had to go, couldn't speculate in an office or in a university about existence of other societies or other cultures, etc. You had somehow not only to go to South America like Levi-Strauss did, etc., but everywhere, Africa, and not only to go and observe, but you had to enter the life of these people. That means I've known people like Opitz or like major anthropologists, they had really arriving in the middle of nowhere to be naked and be dressed like the Indians in order to be accepted and to eat and live with these people. I believe if we take the whole history of contemporary or modern, let's say, culture, you'll see that most of the artists, writers, they worked somehow the same way. It is not, Gauguin went like a tourist. He had really to live there, to fight with them against the French policemen, to die with them, and to abandon all he knew and all he was in order to be part of this group of people. He decided he would share a future, and also not only a future, a culture. And I believe the problem of our institutions today is that they still, like an old kind of university, working en chambre in closed spaces, and they don't go to the field. At least art historians had very recently, not archaeologists were the first to go to the site, but we have to expect Burckhardt and people like that in the 20th century to find people. They have to go to Italy, they have to go somewhere to look at the works, not to talk about general issues. And to write a language, that's another serious problem of our time. We are all speaking this poor English, which is an institutional language, and we cannot really express ourselves. My English used to be much better at the time I was working in London or with British people or in America or with American people and having an everyday life in that language. But since I am going from Zoom to Zoom and from administrative papers, etc., I hear all the time implementation and sustainability and all these words. At the end, they are real jargon, and I don't know what they mean at the end. I'm so happy to hear you talk about regeneration. I know every single person would go to cosmetics to find a way to regenerate their face, their skin, etc., etc. I guess it is about time to regenerate also ideas and thoughts, etc., the inner selves, not only the superficial one, and resilience and all these things. From colloquium to colloquium, they are talking the same things. I believe exhibitions, museums, our fields are linked, or should be linked, to field work. I work myself, Mila, I was in Montenegro. I was in Cetinje at the first Biennale and at the second Biennale, and we worked with the people there. And we were living with the people in poor houses. There was only one hotel. It was a ruined hotel in Cetinje, old-fashioned, and we were there, major artists from all over the world, just eating with the people and cooking with the people and eating with the people and walking in the city and smoking contraband cigarettes. And the only thing, no, it was a reality. It was the same thing in Italy in the 50s or 60s, you know. I believe this is an important work we have to do. And I spent, after working with major institutions, museums in Paris, whatever, I went to Brittany, and in the middle of nowhere. And I was working. Suddenly we had people coming from all over the world in the middle of the woods to visit this domain with artists and people they've never heard about art. They were suddenly passionate about modern music. I mean, there's all these fake ideas that a simple person, a peasant lady, or the baker, the wife of the baker of a small village in Brittany, doesn't understand contemporary music. She was amazed to hear a counterbass and say, "My God, when my husband is cutting woods, it makes noise, and here I hear the sound come from very well. That's music. That is a real work to do. That is real way to regenerate meaning, to regenerate our first concern, which is human beings, human life. It's not statistic. It's not number."
So I think that's a great moment to transition to our final stage of this session, Dennis. And I thank you for that prompt to regenerate meaning meaningfully, how we recognize that we are all simple, we are all complex, that art is our birthright of creativity, not just an artifact, but an innovative way of thinking and imaginative and nuanced way of understanding who we are in relation with ourselves, each other, and our resources, that will be the core of becoming worthy of trust, rebuilding trustworthiness in our multilateral and very local personal agencies, so that we can really bring about human security for all. Doing so, I think, will touch on, as you said, the inside and outside resilience, from our individual microcosms to our collective groupings in community associations, countries, and larger initiatives, and the international community as a whole. So I want to try turning it over back to my colleague Benno, and thank you everyone for your understanding as we roll with the punches and go with the flow of our technical capacity, so that he can lead us towards our conclusion.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope that you can hear me now.
Sounds great.
Good. You can never rely on others if you don't test them before properly, apparently. We checked it, but anyway, sorry about that. it was interesting to listen to all three of you and also the comments of Diane. According to my experience, one point has not been approached. And I think that's the institutional organization of the humanities in comparison to the natural sciences, especially the geosciences. The geosciences are dominating with their vocabulary the whole discourse. So it's very complicated to bring in, for instance, the concept of understanding different cultures, because that's not the point of the natural sciences. They have, and the and engineering, they have what they say objective knowledge, and they make the conclusion for specific problems, independent of what the meaning of the problem construction of people on site is in their different local places and different cultural contexts. And that's where the humanities really need to come in, and not only copying the vocabulary of the geosciences and the natural sciences when talking about human security for all, or to see it just as a technological problems. Of course, the natural sciences are highly important, and technologies and engineering is very important as well. But as long as we don't make the bridges between so-called scientific knowledge and everyday practices in different parts of the world, we will not succeed, as Diane and several others mentioned, to reach all the political goals in time. And we don't have just to focus on climate change, but we have also to look at the reasons why there is climate change. Funny enough, the geosciences made all the money they have at disposition exactly with the extractive model of taking out energy of the earth and creating somehow the climate change. And to change that logic, the humanities and also the social sciences have not the institutional background to proceed. And secondly, I think we are living in a visual world especially. And the visual world is about disasters. You're watching TVs, we're having movies. So what the human sciences are talking doesn't have the visual impact, or that easy visual impact, than reporting so-called natural disasters and so on and so forth. So I think we have to think together with the arts how to change the problem recognition of our world today, and not seeing it just as linked to problematic natural developments. Of course, that's true. But if the humans are behind that, we have to change the everyday practices around the planet, and also to change the markets. And what I would say, most importantly, to change the value hierarchy of appreciation. Today, and for many years, success equals the possibility of the amount of energy use. So if success is represented by the amount of energy use you can have, then something is wrong, because exactly that we have to change. So we have to change what is appreciated as successful and as the honorable way of lead our lives today, and how to change everyday practices with high respect for different cultural differences. But in all cultures, we need to change probably more or less our practices to achieve our goals, and to find the right wording or the correct wording, what human security for all includes. I think it's a much wider perspective as commonly is talked about. And I think the WAAS project, Human Security of All, is a highly important move in that direction. And it's very important that the voice of the humanities will be raised, despite weak microphones in my case, and to make people listen to their insights, and making clear how important these insights are for further problem solutions. So that would be my comment. Highly appreciated the wonderful examples, and I think it's not an accident that Milo is reporting a very successful project, because She just have the institutional framing in Montenegro to do so. But in many other places, this institutional context is much weaker for what Mila and we have to talk to the general public. And that we need to change. And I think we have in the media and in the visual world, we have arts as the main tool to change that. And that's why I'm thinking arts has the possibility to change our ideas of a successful and a pleasant and wonderful future. And I think that's the high role of the most important role of the arts, and not just being something like flowers in the ceremony. You know, you're just adding something from the arts to entertain people. That's most of the cases I have experienced where the arts are coming in, and the artists are not are not heard about their ideas, what a respectful way of living together in the future for the whole of humanity could look like. And of course, the humanities have the duty to build these bridges between the different parts of knowledge and bringing them to the level of the everyday practices around the planet under historically and geographical and culturally different conditions. That would be my comment about the idea of the session and the wonderful presentation we could listen to in the last 80 minutes right now.
What a beautiful encapsulation. I actually think we've arrived at the end of our scheduled session. Janani, do we have more time, or this is the wrap up?
You can take another 5 or 6 minutes, Diana. We have a short break between 2 sessions, so.
Okay, well, Benno, we're grateful that you have the voice restored, because you voiced such a beautiful integration of the ideas here and what matters so much to bring the arts not as an afterthought or add-on, but as an essential core driver of humanities to humanize how we're shaping our future. Lucy, I see you. Let's take just 1 to 2 minutes each going around.
Thank you.
And we'll hand it back to WAAS for the next session. Lucy.
So desperate to speak there. You could see me clawing at the camera. So I think you've raised a really important point, Benno, and we haven't really got enough time to look into it. There's a couple of things I want to say. One, I heard about some giant sculptures of flowers at Kew Gardens, which were designed by an artist to allow people to walk between these huge giant flowers and understand the mastery of a flower, like from a bee's perspective. So changing perspective is part of this, and art can do that. Remember the poem by Dr. Rafik Alawi that he wrote just before he died from a drone strike, and that went in Gaza, that went across the internet, and everybody's page changed to show a white kite in honor of the poem that he wrote. If you don't know the poem, please look it up. It's called If I Must Die, and it reflects a poem that was written in 1919 by somebody called McKay, who was working for African American liberation, who wrote a poem saying, if we must die. So a shift in perspective is one thing. A change of one's mind is another thing. How to change your mind about what it means to be human, about what it wants, what it is we want from this event we call life. And finally, the work that I'm doing with the Kogi in Colombia has radically shifted the way I can understand transdisciplinarity. And, Benno, I think we should talk about that a little bit more, because, I can't give it justice here, but they have literally blown my mind apart in the way that they understand and see the world very, very, very differently. So the only way we can get that kind of understanding is through dialogue, through sitting carefully together and listening and taking time. Yeah, stop inventing gadgets. Let's listen to each other a little bit more.
Thank you, Dennis, and then Mila. Dennis, if you have a concluding thought to wrap up, we'll finish. Oh, we're not hearing?
You have to unmute your, Denise.
Can you hear me?
You have to unmute your microphone.
Okay. I only want to thank you and to insist that what we call human security is definitely not a police question. It's more exactly a way to relate to all these things. They make that we don't need to be threatened by what what Lucy said, about the flowers, etc. I always remember a critique to Levi-Strauss that Lyotard did, saying that the Indians, they don't cut the flowers. And I believe that this is exactly perhaps our next step, to go and find the flowers and not just go to the flower shop and put some flowers in a vase and decorate our apartments. That is perhaps a way to find back the notion of time, without which no human security will be ever possible. If you don't count your steps to go somewhere, you don't take the time to do something, there is no security.
So maybe we'll move through this garden of flowering human security. And Mila, invite your final thoughts as we wrap up.
Thank you so much. And I'll lean on what you all have said, and Benno so wonderfully summed up. But I've heard from Lucy, actually I've heard from Diana something extremely powerful. Art is our birthright. And Diana, just so you know, through transpersonal psychology, it's a line from one of my poems. So it is so beautiful to hear it come from another consciousness, knowing that it comes from the unified space. And Lucy spoke of our symbolic life that is in potentia, meaning that it's limitlessly potential. And it is the causal domain from which we generate ourselves, the change of the minds and the hearts that you speak about, and from which we also generate security for each other, because security is relational. And we can only be safe and secure together. As you already know, what's happening in the world, in the youth, an isolated youth, an isolated cell, an isolated nation, what it leads to. We can't do that. We cannot disown our own. How we will integrate and unite and go forward in profound empathy determines everything. It is in fact the time of to be or not to be. And the question rests on how to be together. That's where it rests on. So let us integrate one more piece of our knowledge that has always been nature or culture. No, human nature is cultural, is a cultural being, is a zone symbolicon. We are a cultural being, and we're a symbolic animal that generates its own meaning, meaning that that's where its saving grace lies. If, as it is, our nature is cultural, then the culture is the way to transform ourselves, our lives, our world, the direction we're going, the paradigm of our development, and to lead towards what Diana and Lucy and Benno and Dennis called us to more humane, more poetic, more aesthetic existence, which means to be sensitized to another, because the opposite of aesthetic is anesthetic. And this is not the civilization that can be upheld anymore. And the youth knows this. And the youth is showing up in the streets. And the youth is willing now to go to violence, to die, to self-sacrifice, to lay their own lives on the line. Because if it's not a purposeful, meaningful, aesthetic life, there is no way to live. So what the world needs, and what is already happening, is an empathetic revolution. Because what Lucy, you pointed out to this point, if I must die, they're willing to die because seeing the suffering of another is unbearable to our youth who wants to feel together. because that's the only way to be. So the empathetic revolution is on its way. Let us harness away for the sake of home and security for all, and for thrivability of us all, and for the goodness and the truth and the beauty of us all. Let us harness it in a way that will lead us to the true, good and beautiful in all of us together.
Yeah, thank you, Mila. That was a wonderful last rounding up of our discussion, and the role of the humanities and arts in different political processes. I would say not just on human security for all, but this is very encompassing. And I would say thank you to all of you, especially also to our co-moderator for overbridging the technical difficulties and to take the lead in the meantime. More or less as it was discussed, of course. And also to WAAS, of course, to giving us the opportunity to exchange and to reach out to more people than just the couple of people on the panel and the moderators. And I would say thank you to everybody. Looking forward to the next session. Hope that we can stay in touch. And I would give the floor back to Diane to conclude. As I open it, you can conclude the session, please.
Well, thank you so much. I encourage everyone to stay connected in our shared movement to become more human and more humane in our regenerative embrace of human security for all. I know we have a wonderful full day remaining with this second day for WAAS, and that we'll reconvene in June and continue the important work of this academy. So we'll thank you and look forward to staying connected and doing this work together.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hi, Dennis. How are you doing?
Arthur, how are you?
Quite good. Looking forward for this conversation. It's going to be very interesting.
Good.
We're waiting for Donato to join us. He should be here anytime. Welcome, Donato. Donato and Dora, we can begin.
Hi,
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Hi, Donato. Yes, we can hear you.
So yes, we had a little trouble in connecting, but now we are with you. I saw you. I think Saber is also there. Saber, good morning, good afternoon to you.
Yes,
morning.
hi, good evening. Good evening.
Hello, Mr. Chowdhury. Good to see you.
And
Good to
then
hear you. We don't see you yet.
Good to
we
see you,
should
Arthur.
have, we should have also Dennis Norton. Is Dennis there? Dennis?
Dennis was here a second ago, but I think he has some internet issues, so he should be rejoining in a second.
Yeah, we all had some internet issues, but we'll be starting in a few minutes. At least when Laurence is there. Laurence is there? No.
I think she should be here anytime. I just spoke with her 5 minutes back.
Okay, so let's. We will start as soon as everybody is on board. Dennis is there. Hello, Dennis.
Yeah, I have no internet issues. I was taken out of the group. That's what happened. So I'm back in again.
It happens to all of us. It happens to all of us.
Saber, how are you?
We're fine.
I'm good.
I'm
And how are you?
Saber is there, fine, and we have Laurence, and we'll show you also in a minute. We have a fifth panelist, Dora Damjanovic. They will come in as we are sharing facilities in Zagreb, where I am right now, for the LEAP convention, an entrepreneurial meeting that the World Academy is invited to. So Dora and I, we are representing World Academy here. It's a very important convention, youth convention, very successful, and the theme is human security. So the human security theme is the discussion we are having today with parliamentarians, ongoing parliamentarians, at present parliamentarians, past parliamentarians, but also lawmakers and specialists in this field. The discussion is how we make human security central to the deliberations of parliaments, central to the political arena, how we make sure that this notion of human security can contribute really to peace and security worldwide, and how it can be applied not just as a checklist, but really as a practical tool for parliamentarians to do what is supposed to be. That is to be the accelerator for the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals that, as we know, are lagging behind. 30% of the goals are not probably achievable by 2030. But now what we have to do, we have to find a way, maybe resort to what some time ago was thought of as the clinical method, the formula to do that happen. And this is human security. Human security is a notion that is based on social equity, on human needs, on sustainable livelihood opportunities. And we want to hear from the specialists today, really how that is applicable, how that becomes something that can function, can change the political discourse and make it focused on what people need. What people need. What does it take to make this happen? So with me today, I'm very pleased to have, first of all, Saber Chowdhury. Saber, I introduced him a minute ago, is not only member of parliament in Bangladesh, but he is the present Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change. He has been president of the Interparliamentary Union for quite a term, an important term, from 2014 to 2017, and is a man for peace. He is the voice of the Interparliamentary Union, IPU, when we talk about peace. And this session is about peace primarily. So thank you, Saber, for being with us. We also have Dennis Norton. Dennis Norton is from Ireland. He is the chairman of the Interparliamentary Union Working Group on Science and Technology. He is a member of parliament for over 3 decades, and also a great promoter of, this I can already anticipate, of the concept of human security well beyond the sphere of IPU. We also have with us a junior specialist, but extremely competent, Arthur Duforest, who is a disarmament and conflict management expert. He's a consultant and member of the European Leadership Network. Arthur. Well, they told me to invert the order. I would have put women first, but we have two quite authoritative ladies with us today. The first one is Laurence Marzal. Laurence, welcome to you. She is the secretary of the Standing Committee of Peace and Security in IPU, Interparliamentary Union, and of course also a senior program officer. She is the one who is promoting really behind the scenes the concept of human security across the parliamentary arena, well beyond the IPU itself. So thank you for being with us. And I'm also pleased, as I was telling you, I am here in Zagreb, that I'm joined by a specialist. Here she is, Dora Damjanovic. She is a social entrepreneur, and she is a communication specialist. Being a communication specialist, she will be in the right spot to tell us what are we doing right, what are we doing wrong, in order to communicate to parliamentarians, communicate to lawmakers what we want to do. So thank you for being with us, Dora, last minute. And I also want to thank our friend Federica Donati, who will be the rapporteur of this session. So please look at our website, the World Academy of Art and Science website, where you will find a full report on this session. So I was introducing the concept of human security, what it means, what are the values behind human security. But now I want to hear from all of you. Let's start from Sober. Sober, what is for you the concept of human security? What does it stand for? And why do you think it is important to make use of it right now?
Thank you.
Sober?
Thank you, Nato. And wonderful to see so many familiar faces who are friends, and also from the IPU and Dennis. And I also know that Gary is probably with us, although he's not on video, but I see he's here. So greetings from Bangladesh. It's 8:15 in the evening. So I'll say good evening, and whatever time of the day you're at, I hope you will have a great day. Now, moving on to your question, what I understand, I don't think it's a concept. I think we have to stop talking about it as a concept. I think it's a very practical tool. It's a very effective lens when we as parliamentarians try to understand and assess needs. That's where I would first start. And if I try to juxtapose that with the responsibilities and duties of parliamentarians, and if I can, without oversimplifying, broadly say that, our main function is that of representation. So what are we representing? We are representing potential solutions, and we are trying to tailor that to the needs of the people. That's representation. It's trying to bring individual voices. It is trying to articulate individual concerns. So the focus is very much on the individual. And after I go through the functions, I'll talk briefly about my experience since I've taken over the position in the executive. Next, of course, is your policies, the policies that you articulate, the legislation that you formulate. Is it to benefit nameless faces, or is it to look at the demands of an individual and try and reflect that in your policy articulation and law formulation? And last but not least is how we appropriate resources through the budgetary allocation process. And when we try and formulate a policy, we try and look at it in terms of who are the most disadvantaged, who are the most marginalized. And if you're able to do that, then the product that will come up at the end of the day is something that is going to fit everyone's needs. So I think the radical and the rapid departure that we need from the traditional concept of security is to look at it in a much more people-centered and a people-focused way. So when I talk about, as the Minister for Environment, I talk about the impact of climate change, and then it's so very easy to get lost in numbers. I'll say the 1 meter rise in sea level, there'll be 20 million people displaced. Every day, there are so many people moving from the rural to the cities. So many people are impacted by the melting of the glaciers in the Himalayas or the rising sea levels in the Bay of Bengal. But each individual is important, and each individual is a story. So if you look at the face of the problem, it is the face of individuals, not of mass communities. And I think the challenges that we face today, whether that be economic emancipation, preventing environmental degradation, you have to have a holistic approach. These are cross-sectional, intersectional. And I think we have now come at a point when the traditional security perspective has actually reached its limits. It is not fit for purpose, if I may say that, in terms of when we approach, the various challenges. So what you need is, and also I think the other basic difference is in the traditional concept, it's more responding to the symptoms, whereas this one is actually referring to the disease. And when we look at peace also, peace isn't just the absence of conflict. It is to have the enabling conditions in place that allows me as an individual to thrive and live up to my full potential. So, it's the same when we talk about climate change. Do you talk about adaptation or do you talk about mitigation? So we talk about solving the problem at its roots. So we need to have, more mitigation. We need to solve the problem faster than we are creating it. Same if you look at the discourse on disasters. At one time, disasters were looked at in terms of what you do after a disaster, in terms of rehabilitation, in terms of pushing resources. Now we are the paradigm shift has been to move to risk prevention. So, prevention also becomes important. And when I look at the needs of the society, I'm not just protecting them, I'm actually empowering them, which is something that I need. So it's not just human security, it doesn't involve protection of individuals, it actually involves empowerment of individuals. And so when we talk about most vulnerable countries and we talk about most vulnerable communities, we have actually taken a step in Bangladesh to identify the most vulnerable individual, because the needs of the community is not homogeneous. Within the community, there'll be various levels of the capacity or the ability to respond to the challenges, their adaptive capacity. So to me, as I've said, it is an extremely effective tool for parliamentarians. It is something extremely practical. It's not an abstract concept. And I think, when we mention the term concept to parliamentarians, they say, here we go, this is another concept. So this is a tool that actually delivers. That is a tool that allows us to be better public representatives. This is a tool that allows us to understand their needs, to hear them much more quickly. And, the more we do that, the more we reach out to the people, I think the more effective we become as parliamentarians. So this is actually a tool for us to engage with communities. And when you do that, when you try and empower them, what you're also doing, and this is my last point, because I'm sure others will also speak and I can come back later, is how can we free them from short, medium, and long-term threats? So protection, empowerment together, addressing the root causes of the threats and empowering the individual. And if you can empower the individual, then this is something that extends to all of society. So we are only as strong and we are only as resilient as the individual. So if the individual is resilient, the community is. And if the community is, the society at large and the country. Sorry, I didn't want to, speak that long, but I just wanted to, respond and share my...
It's a pleasure and an honor for us, Soberg, to have you here. Thank you for your time, really. And I think that you already set the stage for this conversation, because it's important to correct me somehow also when I speak about approach. You spoke about tool, and the practicality in reality is really what we want, to see how we can make sure that not this approach, but this tool that is focused around several dimensions, as we know, because we're talking of human security for the health of people, for the well-being of people, for their needs in terms of food and supplies, in terms of quality of life, the environment, for sure, the personal and community level, and also the technological security that is required nowadays, needs particular recognition. And here we come with Dennis Norton. Dennis, I think you are working hard in terms of making the notion and the tool of human security being recognized. The formal recognition of human security, do you think that is something that is needed nowadays? And why now? Since this notion exists already for over 20 years in the UN environment, but as we know, there are a couple of millennia at least that we're talking about security and human security. So what makes it so cogent? What makes it so imperative for our society to understand its possible application? Thank you.
Well, look, I think coming back to what Sabir said, I think human security is a tool and it provides us with a different viewpoint on solving problems. And I think for us as members of parliament, we've been using human security for as long as parliamentary representation has been developed. But I suppose the actual concept and the construct that is there is a relatively new concept. So I suppose, look, for members of parliament, look, on a daily basis, we're dealing with various issues from individuals, maybe with an issue regarding housing and addressing that problem for them. And at the same time, we have to be regulating complex entities and abstract entities like artificial intelligence. And on top of that, then holding government to account on a daily basis as well. And what human security does is it provides us with a tool where we can look at these issues, whether they're individual problems or whether they're global challenges through a particular viewpoint. I think what human security does is that it encourages all of us to place the individual at the heart of our problem-solving strategy. And look, we as politicians, we can't neglect that. If we do, we're not going to be re-elected. I think it's a tool that allows us maybe to check ourselves to make sure that we're keeping the individual in the focus of whatever policy development we're doing. However, I think where it's really important for parliamentarians is when we get people to work with us. By explaining the concept of human security to them, we can explain the needs of individuals and get them to orientate their work or their policy to actually address the issues that are being faced by people and provide very practical solutions. So at the moment, I'm speaking to you from Tbilisi in Georgia, which is hitting the headlines at the moment. But I'm here talking with science communicators from all over Europe. And they're expressing the challenge to me, well, how do they engage with Parliament? How do they engage with the governments and policy people in government? And how do they get their research evidence filtering through the policy process? And I'm explaining to them that using human security as a tool and a viewpoint in presenting their evidence ensures that the members of parliament, the civil servants that are drafting policy, or the government ministers can actually understand that research, can see the implications of that research, and can then apply that research in a very practical way in adopting policies. So look, I'm talking in the abstract at the moment, but to give you two very practical examples. So I chair a parliamentary committee in Ireland, where one of our responsibilities is supporting island communities, particularly off the west coast of Ireland in the Atlantic Ocean. And recently, we visited some of those islands, and we were looking at academic research that is taking place in those island communities. But rather than have the academics from the various universities present to the committee on what they're doing, we actually got the islanders themselves to explain to us the impacts of that research on their day-to-day lives. So the researchers were there supporting them, but the evidence was given by the individual islanders. And that forced the academic community to look at how they're delivering their research results, evidence, and impact from the perspective of the islanders. So it's a reorientation of the view in relation to it. And like Saber, I was formerly an environment minister in Ireland. I was Ireland's first climate action minister. And one of the things that I did as minister was develop this concept of climate dialogue, where we would actually take the experts in climate change and take those people that are drafting government policy and bring them down into the communities that have been directly impacted by climate change. So one of the first communities we brought them to were communities in the middle of Ireland where there had been torrential flooding in 2 consecutive winters, homes and communities devastated. And we started the work there with them, looking at the issues and challenges that they have and articulating that then to a wider public. But we also appointed climate ambassadors. These were individuals living in these communities, older retired people, young students, who we worked with, we trained and we supported to explain to them the challenges and issues in terms of climate change, so they could go back into their own communities and work with those communities and explain to them in ordinary language what needs to be done and how they can help in moving that climate agenda along. So it's very much about providing people themselves with the tools to make a real impact in policy and in legislation. And I think what human security does, it provides us with a universally applicable tool to ensure that our policies and our solutions and our actions as parliamentarians are actually effective in actually delivering for individuals, for communities, and for our country as a whole. And that's what it's about. It's a way of thinking that prioritizes the well-being of individuals and people, putting people first. And I think it reflects very well in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is about leaving no one behind. And I suppose in an abstract way, you could consider human security a bit like imagining a puzzle. There are many different pieces to that puzzle. And there are different ways that that puzzle can be put together. And you have to work with those different formats to actually solve the problem and maybe solve multiple problems for multiple communities at the one time. And I think it's a way of helping to address complex challenges, you know, not just dealing with one problem, but the implications of that problem for other communities and for other individuals, be it personal safety, be it employment and jobs, or even basic human dignity like sanitation. And I think that's what it does. It allows us to develop more equitable solutions that cover multiple aspects and problems and challenges and look at it in a multi-dimensional element rather than purely a one-track, one-silo approach, which we see in a lot of government departments where it's very much they solve their individual problem and not look at the implications in other government departments or the implications for other communities. So it's a bit like river management. You know, the implications upstream can have detrimental impact on communities downstream. And it's about having an approach that looks at the whole length of the river and not just one micro element of the problem.
That is perfect. I think you not only you unpacked the subject, but you gave us really hints in terms of how to elaborate the policies that will appeal and not only appeal to people, but will make sure that people are the real contributors of the laws, of the regulations, of the measures that need to be taken to make sure that human security is taken into account. I think you have remarked the importance. We call it often ownership. We call it often sustainability. But you have shown me also with your example the fact that really it is also about people. It is about the grassroots. It is about really the human dimension that is so sacred to all of us, and it's obviously is the beginning of everything. So this has to be endured, has to be continued. I'm sure you have the determination to do that. So you are a champion for human security in IPU and beyond. And we count, of course, as we count on Saber to be leading us towards the programming that we are currently undertaking with IPU for capacity building, also for the element of capacity building of human security. And here we come to Laurence Marzal, that is the real promoter, I was saying, of this chapter of work in IPU. So again, the question is the same for you. Where do you think we are right now? Is human security already an accepted tool, Laurence, and is this tool understood? What are the next steps in order to make sure that we are really making available to everybody, to parliamentarians first, to politicians in general? We're making a set of knowledge, a set of competencies that they can use in different fields. Besides, you also have passed recently a very important resolution in IPU that is about the diplomatic diplomatic efforts and the importance of opening a public dialogue with many actors beyond parliamentarians in IPU. So maybe you can tell us something also about that recent resolution about public diplomacy and parliamentary diplomacy that will become so effective, we hope so, in the years to come. Laurence?
Yeah, thank you very much, Donato. Well, and I'm talking just after two office holders of the IPU, so I'm not going to go against what they just said about human security. Definitely, and especially because just between brackets, Saber, before becoming the IPU president, was the president of the Standing Committee on Peace and International Security, and I had the honor of working directly with him at that time. So, and we started working on human security when he was the president of the Standing Committee. So nothing new under the sun on this, and I see that the vision has evolved with the years. My stance will be on how the IPU promotes human security and what it is for the IPU. And as Saber and Dennis stated, human security is definitely to be taken as a lens for decision makers. And this is what we are promoting. We're trying to really help them recenter the work that they do around the human component, and so that they can bring forward a new pattern, a new security pattern, by which they will get away from, something very confrontational when it comes to security, but rather think in terms of what makes my citizen, my people, the people that I'm representing, what makes them secure, and how can I address all the root causes of insecurity so that all these people feel secure and can thrive. And that's exactly what Saber said earlier. It's really the idea of making sure that parliamentarians are at the service of the people and bring them this security environment. And so, as we already said, as they already said, and I'm gonna hammer this information, is really the fact of being inclusive So the people that are facing a challenge are the first one able to tell you what is a challenge and how they want you to tackle it. And it's better because they will feel ownership of the solution rather than something that will come out of the blue and be imposed on them. And that's one very important aspect of human security. Another thing is this whole idea of, and I think both of them spoke about it, it's the ecosystem. So instead of working in silo, members of parliament have that capacity of going to one department to another and try to bring in all this information so that they can really deliver something that will be multidimensional and will help the people in the various dimensions of human security, but at the end of the day, of their life. And it's all about life. It's all about human, and it's all about life and how you wanna you can help those people. And at the end of the day, it's all about development. And as you say, Donato, human security is also a way to achieve the SDGs. You mentioned the issue of parliamentary diplomacy. Let me go back a little bit. Saber said that human security is a tool, and Dennis that it is an approach. Sorry if I have to choose one or the other, but I would go for the approach. Simply because for me the tools are the functions of MPs, the main functions, and they can, I mean, the approach can better the tools and the way the tools will be used. And so we've spoke about representation. That is one of the main functions of parliamentarians. They also draft legislation. They also allocate budget. They also hold government into account. That's oversight. And we've added a fifth function at the IPU, which is parliamentary diplomacy. Parliamentary diplomacy is it's between parliaments, so between our members and between the delegates of our members. When an MP from Bangladesh speaks to an MP of Ireland and discuss different ways of doing things, learn from each other, share tips, that's parliamentary diplomacy also. And so you mentioned the last declaration that was adopted in March this year. The declaration is in reality the outcome of the general debate that took place during the assembly. And indeed, the general debate was on parliamentary diplomacy, and it also was about how can we better the life of our people by using parliamentary diplomacy. How can we better talk to each other to tackle together global challenges, because it's better to do it together rather than being confrontational and losing it. And in fact, and I've done my homework, I have my papers with me. I just want to share with you one sentence of that declaration, which has been endorsed by the Assembly, so it's an official document, whereby the 148th Assembly said that the participants say that we should therefore increase our efforts on human security, which encompasses citizens' protection by prioritizing essential needs such as food, healthcare, and environmental security, and on guaranteeing equal rights for all as the main path for fostering both peace and development. And I think that this declaration is a very important one. It's really hard to build bridges between peace and development, and human security is at the core of this.
Laurence, thank you very much for your answer, for elaborating further on the concept or tool. In the end, it's not just a matter of terminology, it's the willingness to make this operational, and it's already operational. And this is what we are happy to hear from you about. Also about the public diplomacy importance, the parliamentary diplomacy and deliberations that have been taken by IPU. I want to thank Arthur and Dennis, who put on our webinar chat some important resources, the declaration itself, and the reports on climate action and engaging with island communities that Dennis was referring to. So please take a note. I say that also to our secretariat, because these are important resources for the future. To all participants that are not will not be able to speak, but are with us today, I would urge them to ask questions or make comments in the chat. And we will have Dora Damjanovic later, who will moderate and pick some or one or two questions out of those who you have, and produce that and present that to all of us, and we will try to respond. Now is the turn of Arthur Duforet. Arthur, we are working together. You are also an associate fellow of the World Academy. You know already what I'm going to ask you is, how are we going ahead with these important training? Because we are now poised towards having a training package soon for parliamentarians. And what is the approach that we are taking together, IPU and WAAS, in terms of promoting a sort of micro-learning, but is also a self-paced micro-learning, as a sort of memento, as a sort of vademecum for parliamentarians, so that whenever needed, they can have something handy and say, this is the way that I can work, this is the way that I can be up to speed with the requirements of the human security agenda.
Thank you, Donato. So some of the work that we're doing, you said it's important. I would even add that it's a gigantic task, because what we're trying to achieve here and what we're aspiring to help parliamentarians achieve is to redefine peace processes and conflict prevention, and redefine generally how we think of security. It's been mentioned here and there throughout the previous conversations or the previous interventions, but it's clear that if you define security in confrontational terms, you only get confrontational answers. And therefore, that's why redefining security under the idea of human security is so critical for the path ahead. And this is an observation that I'm making here right now, but that we at the IPU have been observing for many years. In fact, what really kickstarted this whole process and really cemented the idea of the importance of human security in parliamentary work was an IPU resolution titled "Rethinking and Reframing the Approach to Peace Processes with a View to Fostering Lasting Peace." And this really was the culmination of years of work that consisted of pointing out all those flaws in the current systems. One of them being the idea that the term security for many parliamentarians just meant, out of my hands, security is the prerogative of the government and not a matter of parliament, which is completely false and sort of a misconception that we're fighting against and working to disprove every day and helping parliamentarians disprove every day. Laurence mentioned oversight. So this work has led us to collaborate with the World Academy of Art and Science. Some of the work that we've done thus far, we've done many webinars. Again, something that is so core to human security is the idea that no one really wants pre-baked answers being dropped on their plate, as in, here, this will solve all your problems. This is not what human security tries to do. And this is also not how we want to present human security. We're not here to tell parliamentarians, here's how to do things, but really present this this approach that contextualize their intentional uses of their functions that will further the concept or the approach of human security. So, for example, what we've been doing with the micro-learning courses that we've been developing since January is really looking at what representation means, how do parliamentarians carry out representation, and how can they carry out representation in a way that allows citizens to formulate their problem along the lines of human security, so that parliamentarians can later respond to those problems along the lines of human security. And this idea of really bringing your constituents as a parliamentarian, bringing your constituents as part of the answer to a problem, that's empowerment, really. And so this is what I mean when I say that no one wants a pre-baked answer. You want to be part of the solution. And this is also what we're doing with parliamentarians. So we've carried out multiple webinars and consultations to really engage parliamentarians on what their vision is of human security, what their vision is of the flaws and what's lacking in the current processes and the current decision-making processes. How do they see themselves fitting? How do they represent their population, their citizens? And building, webinar by webinar, conversation by conversation, resolution by resolution, we're culminating into something where we have a pretty clear idea of how parliamentarians understand it and how to best advertise it to them, and how to best promote it to them. Advertising is perhaps not the right term. Promote it to them. And so in doing so, we've already contextualized these. So we have eight courses, that the first one being an introduction to human security, then what human security means to parliamentarians. Then we have all five parliamentary functions. And then we end with a final course that sort of ties back to previous efforts. Something that's very interesting with human security is that since it is such a broad and encompassing approach, to many, and Mr. Norton and Mr. Chowdhury here really would agree with this. Human security is at the heart of parliamentary work, because you're supposed to represent your constituents. You're supposed to work towards solving their issues, and parliamentarians did not wait for 1994 and the UNDP report to start working at this. And so I think human security is really bringing this back up, and the concept is bringing this idea back up and revitalizing this. And that's what I mean when I say that this is a gigantic task, in the sense that parliamentarians always had the tools to answer to the problems of their constituents. And some of them just need a little hand and a direction. And human security can be this direction, where it doesn't tell you what to do, but it shows you how to connect the dots. It helps you achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, which in of themselves are fantastic tools that some parliamentarians find hard to reference. And the IPU has done some work on that as well. I'll share it in the chat a little later. So those are some of our efforts, which are, hopefully bearing fruits. And the fact that we have Mr. Chowdhury and Mr. Norton here, I think, is a sort of a proof of that. And we're currently working very hard on a publication that will summarize about 2.5-3 years worth of findings, discussions, and resolutions, to really share what we've learned from parliamentarians on how to best promote the concept and best integrate it. So a lot of work has been done. A lot of work is being done, and we're at the IPU and with WAAS, we're really looking forward to continuing to carry this out.
A lot of work. But before we go for a second quick round, I would thank you very much, Arthur. Really, as you know, we are enthusiastic as World Academy to continue the collaboration with IPU. As you said, we are just at the beginning. There is already a wealth of knowledge that is being shared as we speak, and we are learning a lot at the same time. So this is a two-way street process that is already bringing fruits. But let's give the floor now to our friend Dora Damjanovic. That first of all, I want to ask you, as an expert in communication and also an expert in marketing. I mean, and how to market and what messages of this importance. Do you think we are doing the right thing, Dora? What should we be doing in order to influence lawmakers, politicians in general, and make sure that the, as we said, the concept, the tools, the understanding in terms of what are the priorities for human beings is really reflected in laws, in measures that can make life better for all.
Well, I think Donato and I are here on a beautiful conference in Zagreb, and we had similar discussion yesterday. We were discussing actually SDGs, 17 Sustainable Development Goals, and Agenda 2030. And talking about Agenda 2030, that is human security. But how many people, especially looking at the general public, know that? Because what we noticed is that most of the people, when you ask them and tell them about SDGs and Agenda 2030, they think that that's something far away, related to only to institutions, related to decision-making bodies, and has nothing to do with them. General public is not aware that Sustainable Development Goals is something that is called human security. And I would even say that some decision makers are not aware of that as well. And that's interconnected, and it's impossible to separate those two. Because every law that is made and every action that is made is actually for the individual. And what is individual and what is human security all about if it's not for an individual? So the main challenge here is to somehow explain to people and to general public to communicate that very complex vocabulary of, let's say, big institutions like parliaments, UN, etc., to somehow translate that language to the general public and to bring awareness. Because we cannot solely rely on the institutions and organizations to work toward human security. We cannot solely rely for them to do the action to make benefit for the world. It's every single one of us. Each individual is the one who needs to do something for the human security for us to achieve the goal. And for us to even achieve Agenda 2030, it's not that we can only rely on institutions to do that. It's us, every individual, that needs to change something and contribute in a way. So from communication side, it's very important to work on campaigns like Human Security for All, where you translate that language and where you explain to the general public that it's about them. It's about you, Donato, it's about me, it's about all of us. It's not something far away for those people, for that institutions. We all need to wake up and we all need to realize that it's about us, and to somehow make it closer to them and make it simplify, and to realize that the future is here, the future is now, and the planet is burning. So it's very important to act immediately and now. And each one of us has the power to do that, but not every one of us knows that.
Dora, thank you. And since you have the floor, maybe you can also introduce one of the questions from the audience. We have, I think, one from Andale. Yes.
There is one unanswered question, which says, should human security be expanded to social ecological security?
Would any of you like to pick on this particular question? Can you show it again, or can you repeat the question, please, slowly?
So the question would be, should human security be expanded to social ecological security?
Social ecological security. Well, certainly we are talking to one active minister of environment and the other one past minister of environment. So they are the best person to give us a hint in terms of what we are doing. Is human security responding to these needs? I can see that Dennis wants to take the floor. Dennis?
Well, I'm happy to let Sabir take the floor first if he wants in relation to it.
You raised it first, then oh yes, Sabir.
I think this is a really interesting question. I think a very valid question. But the whole concept of human security is, this is not isolated to an individual, but it's about taking the perspective of the individual within a community and within a society. And like while Sabir and myself spoke about this as parliamentarians in day-to-day practice, Arthur and Lawrence spoke about, the global aspect to this as well. And the reality is that no individual can live in an environment that's hostile to life. So it has to have an ecological aspect to it. The decisions that we take on behalf of individuals or collective individuals has to, at its core, have the environmental and climate aspect incorporated into that. But the only way we're actually going to be able to deliver and achieve the objectives that we have in terms of climate change is that if we can bring people along with us, leave no one behind, which is the objective behind the Sustainable Development Goals. And the social aspect of it as well is crucially important because, you know, with climate change, it's forcing many, many people to move and to migrate in many parts of the world now. That causes its own problem we see here in Europe at the moment in terms of the issues regarding migration. But the reality is that the vast majority of people want to remain in their own homes, in their own communities. And I think what human security does, it gives us and forces us to rethink how we're supporting, you know, countries like the Sahel region. You know, how can we provide sustainable solutions in a region like that that supports individuals, families, and communities to remain on their land, remain in their communities, and provide them with sustainable long-term jobs for those communities. So that's, I think, it's an important point that's been made, but I think it is a broader approach, this concept of human security.
Thank you very much, Dennis. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Sabar,
yes, I would like to hear from you also with respect of the transformation of our societies, the need not only to pay lip service, sorry to say that, to ecological concerns, but really to make sure that this transformation happens. When we talk about waste management, when we talk about recycling, when we talk about reinvesting resources that had one life and then transforming them into a second life that probably also have a memory from one life to the next one. What has to be done, and what kind of concerns should we take in mind, and how can we do it with the human security tool?
Thank you. So to respond to Dora's question and to build on what Dennis said, you know, we all acknowledge the fact that we live in a time, an era of the triple planetary crisis. So one is climate change, one is biodiversity, and the other is pollution. You know, you just referred to the waste management issue. So absolutely, I mean, those are issues that have to be factored in. And with time, you know, what conditions have to exist to ensure a peaceful and stable society? And these will vary. You know, so now, you know, someone may talk about poverty, inequality, you know, natural disasters, health, pandemics, environmental degradation. So it has to be the whole package. You know, it can't just be that. And I think also, if I can just go back to what Arthur and Laurence very rightly said, but I'll go a little bit further. You know, human security is not just at the heart of Parliament. Human security is an absolute imperative for democracy to deliver. You know, if democracy is to be meaningful, if democracy is to have firm roots, then it must deliver. And for it to be delivered, it must be vibrant. It must address the needs of the people. You know, I think generally there is this concern about people being turned off. You know, they are not engaging, they are not going to vote. So there is also this challenge. You know, how do you make democracy relevant? How do you make democracy, or how do you reimagine democracy? And that has to be done in terms of whether it is meeting my expectations, it is delivering my needs. And so one of the needs, of course, is one is peace and stable society. Other is, what are the fears, the short term, the medium term, and the long term, in terms of the individual? You know, what is he or she worried about? And how do we liberate them? How do we make them free from those fears? You know, that is what empowerment is all about. So unless, and I think fortunately, you know, if I can just say that, in the Constitution of Bangladesh, I don't know about the other constitutions, and I speak as a parliamentarian, there's a very specific chapter which talks about fundamental principles of state policy. And there it identifies basic needs. So it talks about food, it talks about clothing, it talks about shelter, it talks about education, it talks about health. That to me is human security. And human security is not an alternative to human rights. I think human rights are included in the overall concept of human security. Some people may say that we are now trying to push a new narrative. So for parliamentarians, when we talk about rule of law, when we talk about rights, individual rights, liberal rights, I mean, those are part of human security. So I think how we package this is very important. And Dora, you talked about the individual lives that we are looking to transform. When we looked at the Sustainable Development Goals, remember the 5 Ps? We talk about the 5 Ps. So the 5 Ps, one is the centrality of people. So everything that you do has people at the very center of it. And then you have peace, you have prosperity, you have the planet, you have the partnership, and the 6th P, which is going to be relevant for us, is the paradigm shift. Whether we talk it in terms of approach or tools, whatever it is, whether it is mindset, I think the mindset is much more important. The mindset not just of the individual policymaker, but the mindset of the people that they're acting on behalf of. And when you look at the US elections, when Trump got elected, many people were saying, and I'm not trying to make a political point here, was Trump cause or effect? Did Trump change America, or did he understand that America had changed? So I think he got it right in terms of the people who are being left behind, despite all of the poverty, despite all of the economic growth and all of the advances. So I think that is another reason why the individual focus is important. We don't want to leave anyone fall behind. We don't want to see anyone fall behind. So if you really want an inclusive approach, as I said, planning, you start from the bottom. You start with the most basic needs of society. And if we fulfill that, other very important role, social cohesion. This also helps us to build on that. And once you have that, once the fabric is well knit, then we can move on and do other things. So I think it's important for democracy. It's actually a litmus test for democracy, whether people are engaging in democracy. And our job as parliamentarians, on Rohan's point, when I was chair of the first standing committee, is how do we re-engage with people? So when you ask that question, the next question is, what do you re-engage with? And what you re-engage with is what their needs are, is where they are actually falling behind. Of course, the next challenge then is to fit it into a wider context and framework of the SDGs. Frankly, my experience, Dora, is many people, SDG is too remote. This is something that people sat in New York and decided. So how we internalize the SDGs. So I talk about, when I go somewhere, I talk about the individual whose health needs are being met. I talk about the individual, who didn't have house, who didn't have land, and I'm providing for him. So I think this is how we as parliamentarians link it to the individual, calibrate our message. There is no one size that fits all. And understanding and appreciating the diversity of needs is what helps us to deliver.
Thank you, Saber. Thanks a lot. I think the discussion could go on for long, but I'm reminded that we are over and above our allotted time. And I want to thank our special guests from IPU, Saber, Dennis in particular, and our partners, Laurence, Arthur. I want to thank Dora. Maybe a last word from Laurence. I think, we didn't start from you, but again, I think you are the engine of our process in IPU, and you should take the credit for this. So give us really literally 2 words in terms of how we should be going on, reaffirm the commitment for human security. Are you still there? Laurence, 2 words, that's it.
Let's continue partnering and promoting human security, and we'll have a nice publication very soon that we can build on and make sure that all parliamentarians will be able to use and to as Dora said, and to inform their constituents so that everybody is aware of what is human security.
Thank you. The discussion goes on. Thanks, everybody, and see you soon again. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
All the best.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Great session. Wonderful session. Thanks so much. Yi Heng, lovely to see you. Roger,
Hi, Gary.
long time.
Nice to see
Anika, very nice to meet you.
you
And
again.
how about you?
Yes,
Glenn, nice to see you again. Thank you. Great to have you with us. I think
Great to be here. Thank you.
Ketan was here a minute ago. So I saw him. He must be back.
Have me. I'm here.
There he is. It's all yours. Don't worry. Please go 15 minutes late. Don't worry about it. We'll make it up.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. If you need need it, you take it.
Okay. Thank you very much.
It's an important session. We want to hear from everybody. So
That's great. Thank you. Let me begin just by thanking everyone for attending. Yi Heng, we missed you earlier in our prep session, but I'm delighted to have you with us right now. This is a session, quite an important topic, which is we're in this transition from the industrial era to the technology era. And we find ourselves in that place where the industrial models of everything, doing business, wealth creation, how we conduct our relationships in trade and so on, are all about to be challenged. And as a result, there has to be something that replaces it, and it has to be timely and it has to be highly impactful. And what that is and what shape it might take, we're going to briefly explore today. We have for you a very interesting panel. I'll just introduce myself and then the panel. I'm Ketan Patel. I'm a member of the Board of Trustees of the World Academy of Art and Science. I'm also the chair of something called Force for Good, which works in support of the UN Secretary General's Sustainable Development Goals. And our overall aim is to look at how we create a more secure, sustainable, and superior future. Given the technologies that are being innovated and launched now, and the ones we can expect, it should be possible to actually achieve a superior future, not just one that is secure and sustainable, but superior in the sense that everyone is elevated across the whole world. Our report on technologies of Force for Good as a partner of the World Academy kind of shows that actually the ability to use technology to change the world is something real, and existing technologies can close nearly 50% of the SDG gap, if only we took what existed and rolled it out across the world at some scale. So it's an exciting endeavor, of course, to see if we can actually get that done. And with that in mind, we have a very interesting panel for you. The panel itself has 3 generations. We have an individual at least that is over 80, has crossed 80. We have one that has crossed 60, and we have one that has crossed 30. We'll have 3 different perspectives from 3 different sets of careers. And I'll begin by introducing Dr. Rajan. Dr. Rajan is a physicist, a professor, a senior government administrator, a businessman and advisor, and an author. He was a senior individual in the Indian space program for over 2 decades. He crosses technology and business and education. He's been awarded the President's Prize in India, or award in India, called the Padma Shri, one of the highest civilian awards in India. We also have Yichan Zhang. Yichan is somebody who graduated in Germany, worked previously as the head of various multinational chemical and construction material companies across international horizons. He's a senior consultant to financial institutions, particularly in clean coal energy and hydrogen production, as well as carbon neutrality. He's been a professor at Tongji University in Shanghai and founded the Institute of Eco-Innovation. And an expert in the field of energy, ecology, and also is a fellow of the World Academy of Art and Science. I have Glenn Gaffney with us too. He's an American James Bond equivalent of the character called Q. He was a former director of science and technology at the CIA, has worked in the US intelligence services, left that to do venture investing and implementing change to fill the gaps between research and development of new companies and products. He's highly decorated, including 2 presidential rank awards, 2 National Intelligence Distinguished Service Medals, 3 CIA Director Awards, and 2 CIA Distinguished Service Medal Awards. We have Annika Rao Minori, the youngest of the group. She is the founder and CEO of Clear AI, a generative AI model and business. She's an AI tech entrepreneur, formerly also a blockchain entrepreneur, a serial entrepreneur across many fields, also worked at Goldman Sachs, and her college thesis led her to do something for CERN. In answering a competition at university to predict the price of the Bitcoin and win £300, she went on to create a business in blockchain that saw her recognized by Forbes as 30 under 30, which means 30 notable young people under the age of 30 who can make a difference to the world. So it's a fantastic panel, a dynamic, interesting, fantastic panel. And we have 3 sets of questions that we're going to explore today. I'll begin like this. The first, and I will pose it to Glenn, and we'll talk about the challenges with each of them. And I'll ask all of you to be really brief. We have 50 minutes in total. We'll try and keep to time, given someone else will be taking over as soon as we finish. So the first question I have really is for you, Glenn. What are the biggest issues you see facing the world where technology can make a difference?
Sorry, I forgot to take myself off of mute there for a second. Hard to come up with a short answer to all of the challenges that are out there, but I'm going to focus on 2 that I think are really important in the near term, and that's energy and digital infrastructure. And I focus on energy and digital infrastructure because they are critical enablers of so many of the other things that would need to be addressed. So when I think about things like food security, for example, and I think about some of the great research and some of the breakthroughs that are coming that are on the horizon for the development of new proteins and new approaches that will help in the food security area, one of the fundamental limiters that have to be solved in order to make those price point effective or move forward is solving the energy problem. When I think about things like AI and all the enabling that AI will do, there's a big energy piece, right, associated with that. So energy and digital infrastructure are 2, I think, of the near-term challenges that will unlock so much of the other things that need to be addressed under the SDG goals.
And clearly, we're in a transition of energy sources from oil and gas to something far more renewable, and hopefully in the future, something far more powerful and cheaper and functional that would allow us to include everybody else in the world. I'm going to come back to you, Glenn, later and ask you what you've seen in that field that makes a huge difference. But if I can ask you please, Yihang, would you mind telling us, this is your field too, what do you see that is important in the field of energy that is making a difference? And what are the big challenges that you see? Yihang,
I think
sorry, I can't hear you.
I would like to make one point clear, is that the fossil fuel. Hello?
We can hear you now. Please continue.
Hello? Okay. I just want to make one point maybe clear in upfront, is that in the past we treat a fossil as
Yihang, sorry, there is a lag and a cutoff in your Wi-Fi, so we can't really hear your response at all. While you look at that, let me ask Roger.
as an energy. but it is not exactly. We should do that because. Hello, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Please continue.
Hello. Right, because I'm in Shanghai, and that's the problem when we actually have some disturbances when the government is, tracing us. Anyway, I hope that will be better.
We'll come on to that one too. That's
To
quite a
say
big
that
challenge too. When the government
fossil
chases someone
is
like you,
not.
I'm sure.
Yes, yes, when we treat that fossil as a energy source in the past, it is actually not exactly. We should do that today, and I think a material instead of resources of energy. So it's a carbon and hydrogen source, and with that in mind, then we can change the whole thing. But at the same time, I think in the past 10 years, also the fossil has changed the role very obviously. Many people doesn't see that, but it is quite true, and I have made quite a number of studies on that. And if you want to listen to that, we can dig into that too. But main part is that it is a source of carbon and hydrogen.
Yeah, interesting. Rajan, what do you see as the challenge that technology should be addressing for us? What is the big challenge?
Actually, as Glenn said, there are multiples of them. I won't be able to. At least 4 or 5 of them are very, very critical. But I will quickly say one thing. While the greatest savior is going to be AI on one side, on the other side of it is having a lot of, I always call technology as multi-edge. There are things in AI which will destabilize the societies. As this one was there, human security, fear it gives terrorism, and the democracy cannot exist. There are so many problems, interference with, there are so many things like that. We need to find out solutions for it. It is possible. I have some solutions, suggestion. So that is one item very critical. Then I will, next one will be water. Water, all forms of management of water. Then I am skipping some. Then third, very important one will be how to get the digital infrastructure and variety of them, how to get some distributed manufacturing, which will ensure that low-skilled people can still get jobs, not subsidies, not doles. So that's the way it can be done. Actually, AI has got the potential for it. And then there are so many other things which we discussed offline in this one, so these are the 3 things. Distributed manufacturing to ensure that even the very low skills, it is not only in the developing countries, even in developed countries you have this problem. Other thing will be water management. Third thing will be taming the AI. Transferring, I won't even call it taming. It is very good to have AI to do things for betterment of society. To see to it that the beginning itself, bad things are culled out. Not after that. Bad things should be culled out before they are worked upon. It's possible. At least I guess it is possible. These are the things on which people should work.
Very, very interesting, because it's clearly a multidimensional problem in terms of who decides what is dangerous and what isn't, what is truth and what is lies, and so on, and the role of the state in that, and the role of the tech companies and so on. Annika, and we're going to come back to that. Annika, let me ask you the question. What do you see as the biggest, or some of the big challenges that technology needs to address? We can't hear you. Sorry, you're muted. No.
How about now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, got you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I think the biggest challenge there is that technology can help solve is right now the economy is still kind of run or it exists, as it were, before technology could really impact the distribution of power. Before, monopolies win, and they do a lot of things inefficiently, and smaller companies get kind of constricted in growth because they're too small and they can't compete with those resources. I think technology can facilitate, like the guys have been saying about digital infrastructure, it can facilitate a trade environment where multiple small companies can work together and each one of them can be extremely efficient, and work together to create that same kind of power, except there's more distribution of it, and there's more equality, and there's more specialization, which leads to actually better quality.
Thank you. That's a great headline. I'm going to pull that together and ask now us to move to saying practically what is it that should happen in terms of high impact innovation. And Annika, why don't you continue that thread? Because you're absolutely right. Most of the wealth has been monopolized, of course, in the largest corporations, and of course, in the wealthiest of countries. But that, of course, means that 2/3 of the world have not been beneficiaries of so much of the progress that has been made in the world. They don't get the medications, they don't get the clean water, they don't get the jobs, they don't get the technologies and the education and so on. There's so many things missing. So how will technology make this big difference so that smaller, micro and medium-sized enterprises and entrepreneurs can benefit?
Yeah, I think it's a good question, and it's certainly not just, I mean, my comment on this that I've learned over the last couple of weeks certainly is innovation isn't just about delivering the technology, it's about implementing it. And one of the biggest challenges and innovations that need to kind of exist is how to advance implementation, how to advance society faster in terms of like actually adopting these different things. So I can tell you, for example, right now supply chains are typically like 5 massive companies. If you had a bunch of small companies doing different things and you use the blockchain, for example, to regulate the trade between them, that would automate and like reduce the cost of inter-business trade and communication. And so it would facilitate that kind of growth. AI can, take over a lot of the kind of, and frankly, probably do it better as well. A lot of like the kind of procurement, due diligence, and the kind of, like acquiring of clients and things like that to kind of start attaching these supply. So you can use these technologies to lower the cost of implementing a system like this, but ultimately people still have to adopt it. And that's where I think the real challenge lies, and where innovation is needed, and where we need to do something practically.
People are more complicated than the technology to actually make something happen. Is that what you're saying?
Basically.
Yeah. All these complicated people getting in the way. You're absolutely right there. And that is the source of so many challenges. Glenn, would you reflect on that too, please? Because you talked about the digital infrastructure being important. And I'll come on to Rajan for that too, because there's a common thread here between the three of you on this. Glenn.
Yeah, thank you. And yes, to build on Annika's point, I think there's a real opportunity here, and I'm seeing some of the leading edge pieces from some of the action and interaction from the UN. But I think there's real opportunity for us to think about what I've referred to as international proving grounds around some of these key technical areas where we bridge not just the prototyping and development and create infrastructure that startups like Annika's and others right in this space can actually band together to work these problems. But we also bring in the social scientists, and we also bring in the people, right, at local, regional, and then global, right, infrastructure levels to actually look at the adoption issues, right? What is it going to take for this technology to be adopted, to have the impact at that local level, at that regional, at that global level? An example that I often use when I talk about this is things like touchless medicine, right? Great things are happening in the field, right, of medicine and remote medicine, touchless medicine, and the way that things can be developed and go forward. If we let the standard market forces drive, we know exactly who's going to be the test market in those places. But what does it look like if we actually change and have proving grounds, have adoptable access for local environments that aren't normally the ones who are part of that market survey or that market study that then launches that technology? We'll have a local impact and a regional impact, but we'll also learn as entrepreneurs, manufacturers, developers of a whole different dimension to market, right? That then will actually, lift the overall quality of life and ability for folks in general across the board. And so prototyping these things, whether it's touchless medicine or it's AI, and thinking about what does it mean to actually use it at that local level and then employ it, what is a degree of accessibility and acceptability, right, within a particular locality or a region, then creates a different paradigm by which we develop these things going forward.
Interesting, because just one more part to that. Is it scalable to do it that way compared to how we do it now?
It depends on what you mean by scale. And so if scale means sales, right, and return on investment, the way that we do it now is hard to beat, right?
Yeah.
If we think about scale of a fully developed product in the old world or current world view, as Annika referred to it, then you let market forces drive. And market force, look, I've got nothing wrong. I've got nothing against market forces. But I'm saying for these key technology areas that we think are so important for us as humans on this planet working together, adopting a different approach that scales at a human level and an applicability level, not only, right, provides that impact near term, but also informs us, right, as a group to think about how we do this differently. So it depends on what we're scaling for. And I think in some cases, our desire to drive consumership up has left the impact points and those that suffer from a digital divide to continue to suffer in that digital divide.
Let me pick that up with Rajan. Rajan, and people, how do we get people to adopt at scale and feel in this transition of technologies to still feel worthwhile in how they adopt? You mentioned that even old-fashioned low-skill manufacturing jobs are important because some people might be approaching that for the first time in terms of formal employment. But how do we make it easier to execute these massive rollouts?
Sorry. Actually, you look at any technology which has really spread out, space technology, nuclear technology, or any one of them. If you really look at them, there is a big input chain, big output chain, and all of them are clusters. Some of the clusters are not even technologies or something which have been an administrative system. I give you one example of this in the context of digital infrastructure itself. See the COVID, very high technology at that level, and then doing it, handling it, etc. But delivery, I have seen it in India. I was amazed seeing it down in the ordinary public health system. A little girl stands who would have been either 10th pass or 12th standard pass. She has a phone, nothing very great, the same little phones which we use. Don't worry, the COVID platform had not been there, you traditionally will have to write down who got it or who did not get it, who cheated it. It's a completely, it works so well that without the digital infrastructure, it do not work. At the same time, these ordinary people, low skilled, things are to be maintained. So this is true for several other things also. Space technology, I know how those things get done in our country itself. Disaster warning, disaster management. Very ordinary loudspeaker, people say, oh, things are there. So these type of things, one has to think, because people only think space, oh God, Mars. This similarly, pharma, mRNA technology, it is not, yeah, they are all very important. If mRNA technology and all were not there, it would not have come. But at the same, they are trigger points. Around them, so many are there. The clusters and the supply chain. And within the supply chain, there will be clusters. That is where we will be able to do things. Because I have seen it when it was delivered for COVID. and it has been delivered certain other things also. In India, 10 rupees, which is a very low level, you put that QR code, tuck. Giving the QR code to the hawker level is done by very ordinary fellows. They know some technology. So if you look at it that way, and anybody uses it. So digital is a great enabler in putting all this together. That is where I said AI can handle this huge thing which comes. So many things going on. Today we are not able to conceptualize. Those things can be brought into it because it can deal with a large amount of things, ordinary things, and also big things. So if we have that attitude, that very ordinary thing is also, same thing will be in agriculture, variety of them. I can go on, I have seen it, quite a bit of things working. So it is that which gives that scale up. Ordinary little fellow, he won't know that he is scaling up to that level. He gives it, she gives it. Somebody else, but overall, if you look back, it's a big scale up countrywide, and also even beyond countries. It's possible.
Yeah.
And I am able to see it, visualize it, because I put in some of these pieces. Because now, one advantage for me is I don't have to immediately deliver. So I can look back and then see how these things are. So
Yes.
that is what a great advantage which we have. It can be done for transport. It can be done for everything. Transport. In India, everywhere, the tolls, it goes off. Fast tag. My car checking. I get this thing. That is because the digital infrastructure was put in. Otherwise, it would not have. So digital infrastructure is crucial. Along with that, this conceptualizing of the scale is necessary, but you have to disaggregate them to the lowest thing, which will absorb also ordinary people into the job. And it is possible. It requires a little bit of a mindset change. No, everything will be done only by this. Leave it to market. I am not against market forces at all. They are very critical. But say that I will leave it only to market forces will be lot of valleys of death, and we can avoid it. Preempt
Let me bring Yiheng in, because here's somebody, you know, who has experienced the power of the state transforming a country and the rise of the entrepreneur meeting the state somewhere, and a country now, of course, in China that is on some dimensions extremely advanced and other dimensions still developing and growing. Yiheng, what do you see as innovation and how it can make a difference to us achieving these goals, the Sustainable Development Goals, and raising the world?
Thank you. I could be dropped off again. I mean, I'm trying very much. It's not because of the technology. It's because someone is controlling. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is actually what I see as a need of the alternative AI, or try to differentiate that in the AI, it's in two parts. Part number one, which has been pursued in the past over 30 years, is precision, is optimization. And that part is definitely with digital, with a lot of data, or when we call that as a kind of controlling according to what parameters are exactly set. And this has been done not only in the Western world, but also in China. But the critical part is the first part. The first part means the HI, human with the artificial intelligence. And that has been actually making not many progress. Basically, that part is actually more holistic, and instead of precision. Basically, we want to see the where is the problematic, and make a kind of justification with semi-empirical understanding. And that part is actually, I see not much progress until today. Was surprisingly, but it happens like that. So in China, you can see that in many areas, are very similar now to Western world. So from my part, in the chemical industries, we see the chemical parks are working exactly as Ludwigshafen in Germany or in Antwerpen, and nicely and well done. But on the other hand, there are still many things are man-made. It's still according to the experience and the empirical things. And from that part, such kind of, let's say, neuro-linguistic, that kind of combination or nerve systems didn't really help much in that aspect. And we're trying to find a way even to avoid that kind of resistance using computer-assisted job. And that is very interesting to me. And it's currently done. So basically, this is one part. And the other part is, of course, China is moving forwards. And until now, China is learning from the Western world. And all the standards are set by the Western world. Now, the question is, when China become towards number 2 or number 1 in economic, size, and is that China ready to take over the position and lead the science and technology and whatever the rest, and without actually any prejudice, without any pre-decided factors. So that is a kind of challenge also for China. Of course, at the end, when we say that innovation is for good, or innovation needs a good intention from the beginning. So I think it's more important is that you have a good intention from the beginning. Thank you.
Ketan, could I?
I'm actually going to ask Glenn to pick up on that, because Glenn, what you've just heard is something that was part of your core job and something I know you have thoughts on. Yeah, we identified in the Force for Good report 19 core technologies that would be heavily competed for. It included AI, included space technologies, fusion. There were so many aspects, but there were 19 core technologies. I know you've read the report, but I know you have your own views about this too. The security challenge and the competition for these 19 core technologies, which are heavily competed for, where America leads today, where China probably is the largest investor of any state in the world. And it's the private sector in America that has allowed America to be the leader, well supported by government, I know, relative to the rest of the world. How do you see this playing out? And can it be constructive, despite the competition, to deliver a better outcome for the rest of the world?
I think it can be, and I think it has to be, for all the reasons that Rajan was talking about earlier about the market forces, and he and I are in complete agreement about that. I think the states can and should have a more deliberate role in buying down some of the risks associated with moving these key technologies through to adoption. And I think there's a great example. Rajan talked about the pandemic and the development of viruses. We saw states come together and buy down risk in the development of vaccines in a pre-competitive phase, which actually, and sharing in a pre-competitive phase. In buying down that risk, actually then speeding the development and sharing and distribution of vaccines around the world as an example, a near-term example of what it looks like for states to engage with entrepreneurs and buy down risk with industry. I believe that there are opportunities and that there's work to be done in each of these key areas that the report has identified that we believe are critical for the future of the sustainable development goals. And then together governments, entrepreneurs, right, investors coming around and saying, what does it look like to buy down risk in these key areas to move these things forward and do it for not just the big companies, but for to create opportunity for new integration, new entrepreneurs, new invention to come together in this integrative style, begin to feed into this overall infrastructure. Because that's where you begin to get scale at that local level in a whole different way from that perspective. But we have to be deliberate about buying down some of the key risks in these critical areas. And I believe there's opportunity for states to come together and do that together. It looks like Rajan has something he wants to add.
Rajan, would you please, in terms of states working together, but also given your experience in the space program, would you also reflect a little bit on India actually doesn't rank on innovation, yet has implemented huge change in the financial system, for example, using the ID system and inclusion, and is implementing massive change across the country without having necessarily innovated new core technologies. What is your reflection on this need for competition but collaboration?
I will come to that, but I also want to say a few things which Sheng said towards the end. What is required is the intention is not intention before starting. I will come to that after replying to what you said.
Yes.
See, the space technology itself was considered for India, not for competitive one in the market. Now they are getting a little bit, the strategic dimension is there, but the beginning was for education, reaching to so many places, villages, 600,000 villages, and remote sensing, variety of them. It is that intent. Therefore, with that, steadily it was on that. There were the demands for doing this, doing science, astrophysics. I think it was demand on that. So that's how it is done. Now, coming to the other side, what you said, the innovation index, I don't give much credence to it because they put too many parameters, how many patents you did, how many did this, etc., etc. Whereas, because overall, India's resources are limited, it can't do everything. But this is where they did not bother. Have I put in the highest in the nanotechnology to get a little extra mark? How many papers came? Instead of that, as you said about financial sector, if you don't include financial sector, you can't do removal of poverty and all, because in between there was corruption. When you start giving subsidies, there was a corruption. Therefore, first and foremost was done was that one is a state subsidy. If you look at it, banks won't open for a poor person because maintaining a passbook and then doing it. Therefore, the government said, I want all Indians, man, woman, will get a passport because Jan Dhan, people's wealth. They have zero money in the bank, but they have a passbook, they have an ATM card. In that, they could directly transfer the subsidies when it is to be done, etc., etc. So therefore, financial sector was very crucial. Then along with that, authentication is necessary. So that Aadhaar, which was their identification, some people are telling human rights, privacy, etc. But that was used. So you can identify to whom the benefit goes because people were multiply using. So the entire finance sector was crucial, not only for upper part of it, but for delivering for the poorer sections of the country. So that became a crucial word. Then it could be put in transport, etc., etc. That is how, in other words, there was a deliberate choice. How he did, who did it, I don't know. But that was a deliberate choice to go towards that. Now, I will quickly take, because the time is running out, because I wanted to tell about the AIs, this thing he said about, Cheng beautifully said, it is the intention to start. What the intention to start, actually, we all get into problem of ideology. But in this thing itself, I said, that is, we have to eradicate ideological biases. We will have ideology, but when I am doing something, you should not get into the bias, ideological biases, and infuse compassion in all the competitive activities. I don't want them to be leave out everything, etc. So how to do that? The possibilities exist only now. Up to now, it was all in the realm of philosophers. The possibilities do so in the modern world with our own modern tools. I find a possible way through the Jaina 7-value system. That is, what happens is, up to now, those machines, the big ones which are done, they say, do this. All the models have got ideological biases. If I do one, I will put my bias. But even for a selection of technologies, maybe I will do something. So to remove it, how do you do? You have to have a beginning itself, not yes, no. So how do they do it? Is that what is that? It is called Shadvada. And I am not a specialist in it, but great statisticians of India, Mahabalanis, and then even many foreign scientists have worked on it. So it as a qualitative one to modern statistics. This is done 2000 years ago. Some quotes. The Jaina hold that no affirmation or judgment is absolute. No affirmation or judgment is absolute in nature. Each is true in its own limited sense. And only for each of them, it is okay. There are 7 alternatives for anything. One is maybe it is. Maybe it is not. Maybe it is and it is not. Maybe it is indeterminate. Maybe it is and also indeterminate. Maybe it is not and also indeterminate. Maybe it is and it is not and also indeterminate. Now the thing is that maybe itself does not connote the full name. So I don't want to get into the detail there. They are given indeterminate itself can be indescribable, inexpressible, indefinite. We come across so many things in our life. So here, what can be done is
Rajan, before you go too far,
this
we're in the
comes
last 5 minutes, so I need you to
no,
pull it
okay,
together.
I'll finish it. This comes very close to modern stochastic things. So if this can be built in, suppose ideology, I say that this is bad. Somebody says, no, these are some aspects of it. So if these things can be built, only AI can catch these multiple things. It need not be given a old type 1, 0. So this, if it can be done, big techs can do. There are many young people. That's why I said in the beginning also, people, the generation of Anika, they can't do it. You have to build it in the beginning itself before the model is given for the AI. That's what it is.
I'm
going to
pause and-
possibilities. 7 possibilities of anything, not a one yes or no.
Okay, I'm going to pause you there. And actually, Annika, you've heard the other generations on this call speaking about the role of the state, how things get rolled out, the role of the markets, how important finance might be to get things pushed out, the ecosystems, the clusters of technology. What is really the answer?
I do have an answer, actually, I think.
Go on.
I don't know
No,
if
you
it's good,
do.
good or not. But, I realized as I was listening to everyone talk, is that ultimately, like, what's missing and what's, like, how do you get that 60% of the world or whatever, like those entrepreneurs, how do you get them power? And it's with data. And I think the role of the government is to open up data and open up the infrastructure, like basically make everything visible to people, real time. Like, so the Indian government can kind of do this now because of their authentication system and because of the financial system, but, everything is able to be public. Everything is able to be mined. And the only way that, a budding entrepreneur or, some like, people on their own or whatever can really get a competitive advantage is by taking advantage of the data and have the truth in front of them that they can then use, and they can build a business that has an arbitrage because they were able to look at something in a different way. And the problem, I think, now with the world and with governments working together and all those sort of things is that everything is like lies built on other lies and misinformation and stuff. So if you were able to just open up, what's actually happening, I think then you would be able to fix a lot of these problems.
Now, thank you. Now, you're revolutionary at heart, I know, and that comes out in what you just said. We are in the last 3 to 5 minutes, and 30 seconds only, please, your closing thought. And I will start with Yiheng, please.
So,
we can't hear you.
I still have to, to recapture. Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
30
So,
seconds.
well, to me, it's yes, the last question about the truth or the digit part is interesting. You are still not getting all the facts. So basically, it is still a kind of empirical world, and you are judging by yourself, basically. If you are capable to get all the informations, and still you have to judge it whether these information are correct or not. Well, this is a challenge, and AI won't help you on that part. So it's still under humanity. And when I talk about the original part of the human, look at that. It's still compassion and love. I hope that will create the basis for us.
Wonderful. That's a wonderful thought. Thank you. Rajan, the 30-second version of your takeaway for us.
Cheng has beautifully said it. You can use it. We have to bring the HI, the human intelligence or human emotion, rather HE, that should be brought into the system, which means you go to the vagina, some other thing, etc. It is not one yes or no. Try to make it into that, and that can be built in. Only AI can do. Otherwise, you have to only contemplate and then do it. AI can democratize it, can do it. I envisage that in another 5 years, people will be able to show some models which are not biased, which can say that I have considered all these opinions before making this. That is possible. That is what one should try. But that doesn't mean all other challenges which were talked about, we can drop it and then be only on that. They are all there. But this one will help it and then jump together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Glenn.
All right, starting my stopwatch. A couple of things. One, Annika's point, I think, is a great one on opening up data and sharing knowledge around what has been learned throughout these last multiple years, but also just democratizing, getting the information out there and making it accessible. And this is a real challenge. Because the monetization of data and the ownership of data and the conditioning of data has been tied to real profit models, and it's going to have to be, we have to actually set a higher ideal to overcome it. And Yi Chang's point about compassion and love and what the point is here, I think is really important. And I've just blown my 30 seconds, so much for my stopwatch. Really important, but doable, because we're about to enter into a period where machines are going to produce more data than the humans have produced the data. And what happens in that space and how we make that data available and for use is going to be critically important. If we have the higher order ideals that have been set before us in the SDG goals, and we actually think about scaling impact in that space, we will do things differently in that space. My last comment is when we're talking about the development of new infrastructure and digital infrastructure to enable all of these things, I see a real opportunity for us to design security of these networks in from the beginning, rather than building the networks and then trying to bolt security solutions on afterwards. And so I think there's an opportunity to actually leapfrog a whole generation of securing infrastructure for people, for the betterment of people, right? Because we have an opportunity to build it from the ground up.
Wonderful thought. This leapfrog idea is a wonderful thought. Last word to Annika. Tell me.
I would just say 97% of the world's data is not accessible and not usable, to other people's points. AI is generating like opinions and content based on 3% of data. The rest of it's like shoved and stored and lost in like big enterprises. And we have to unlock that if we want technology to do good.
Thank you. Very succinctly put too. I'm going to draw it together and thank you all for sharing in such a succinct manner and a small time frame for us here some very important thoughts. We've touched on clustering technologies for innovation. The overriding theme seems AI in this discussion too. The need for AI to unlock the individual level collaboration for small enterprise and individuals. We touched ever so briefly on energy and its importance, and water. The need for collaboration across boundaries, particularly the underlying theme seemed to be China and its rise to number 1 or 2 economy in the world, and America and its superiority currently in technologies, and the need for us to essentially have to work together to solve the problems. And implementation being innovation, not only scientific breakthroughs and writing papers. The importance of the financial sector as a delivery agent, intention, not ideology, as a cornerstone value, the need to walk a middle path rather than stick to I'm right or I'm wrong or you're wrong on the yes and no path. And where we ended seemed to be democratizing of data to create an open environment for innovation, and the possibilities of that for allowing us to leapfrog where we've been to a whole generation, to somewhere much superior to where we are. And I very much like that thought as the end thought, which is compassion and love. And the interesting idea that AI somehow will code that in for us. It sounds like a whole topic to explore, that last thought. The importance of compassion and love, and how AI might actually help us advance that rather than create the security dangers that we all feared when we started this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you all for a wonderful session. You've given us years of work to do and thought. Great. Ketan, wonderful. Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay. Alexander, wonderful to see you. Anna, thanks so much for joining us.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hear you very well. See you and hear you very well. Thank you.
Very good.
Hello, Gary. It's Philip.
Philip, hello. It's glad to have you. It's been a very rich day. It seems to be gaining more and more intensity as we go on.
Very interesting indeed.
Some very thoughtful people addressing some very thoughtful issues. Jonathan, welcome. Great to see you. I think we're almost here, huh, Janani? Alexander just stepped off. Alan, where? Where is Alan? Did you see him online yet? He was there yesterday.
Once he joins, I'll make him panelist.
Okay. We'll just wait for Alexander to come back. There he is. Great to be with friends. Okay, Janani, go ahead.
Yes. Welcome to the session on root causes and remedies for rising insecurity, social unrest, war, violence, and global turbulence. A challenging topic, and to address this, we have a powerful set of speakers. I'll very, very briefly introduce them. Alexander Likotel, Professor, Geneva School of Diplomacy and International Relations. Alan Ware, founder, Parliamentarians for Nuclear Non-Proliferation and Disarmament, Jonathan Granoff, President, Global Security Institute, Anna Jerkovic, Vice Chair, Pugwash, Croatia, Philip Destamp, Professor of History and Foresight, President, the Destry Institute. Now, this is a very, very brief introduction to our speakers. Our website has more details. Moderated by Gary Jacobs, President and CEO of the World Academy. This session will identify the causes of turbulence, polarization, insecurity, and war. It will analyze the deeper underlying social processes and discuss strategies to address these. We invite comments and questions from everybody. Please post them in the Q&A and chat. Now over to you, Gary.
Thank you, Janani. Thank you all for joining us. Janani's introductions were very, very brief, because to do justice, we would need half the session with the rich background of our panel. And Alan hasn't even joined us yet. So feel free when the discussion, when you find it relevant, to share background experience that from which you derive your views, rather than comprehensive biographies. Yesterday morning or it wasn't morning actually, at least for us, it was mid-afternoon in India. But when we started the first opening panel, we raised this issue about the growing turbulence in the world, which has come somewhat unexpectedly, except to those who claim a third eye or a psychic vision of what's going to come, starting with COVID and Ukraine, and then climate change been around for a long time, but suddenly it seemed to be much more real than it had been for the last 15 years when we've been hearing about it. A sudden, or not, a progressive polarization within societies. We saw it very much in the US. We're seeing it now in parts of Europe and other countries, moving to extremes. A polarization at the global level between nations, which we thought had been going in the other direction after the end of the Cold War, moving more and more closely together. A return of something like a Cold War mentality, or more than Cold War, it's hot war. And whoever expected nuclear weapons to be waved around on a flag and threatened, which they haven't been for, I don't know if they ever were before, threatened for use the way they were. They were always a threat, but that was behind. Now it's come on the front page. And then the recent breakthrough in generative AI, which promises transformative miracles and fundamental threats to virtually all dimensions of human security, depending on who you're talking to, and depending on what we do about it. And then, of course, the sudden outbreak of war in Gaza, the clear apparent weaknesses and incapacities of the multilateral institutions to handle the stresses that have arisen, an arising sense of insecurity, progressively increasing sense of insecurity among people all over the world, in spite of the tremendous progress we continue to make in technological things, and for many people even in economic areas. So I'd like to start off with a question. I'm going to ask you, we have enough time to go through 3 or 4 series of questions. I'd ask you to be fairly brief so we can keep the momentum going, but let's come to a clarity of where the group is on each of these. The first one is, each of these topics is covered in the press, it's covered in conferences, in the academy. There's none of the ones I mentioned that haven't been discussed in one thing or another. My question is there a connection between them? And how much of a connection? And is there something that's been left out of the discussion about root causes? Have we really understood that we can blame we we're not sure whether anybody will blame China for COVID, but we look for people to blame for just about everything, or Trump or whatever it is. Hi, Alan. Thanks for joining us. We're just going to get started with a round of questions, 3-4 rounds of questions. And I'd like to know whether you think there is some common denominator between these apparently disparate events, factors, and forces that are causing an increasing sense of instability, anxiety, insecurity, and were termed in a recent conference in Baku, the fracturing of the world order. So let's start with that. We'll go around and then take stock and move to another question. Philip, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you, Gary. So determining an underlying cause for all these symptoms seems rather futile and could even come down to a linearity that our awareness of the complexity of the world would not accept. The fact remains, however, that all the efforts and initiatives done particularly by the World Academy of Art and Science and the Millennium Project and so on, especially in the field of education, to highlight the complexity and the interrelationships between the various issues that is concerned are good to take and are salutary. But this complexity reminds us that there is no simple answer to the obstacles affecting the implementation of the 2030 agenda, and that we will have to continue our efforts in order to, in a variety of directions, in order to achieve beneficial acceleration and favorable outcomes. Perhaps there is one point to stress that the lack of general interest and common good at the international level. If there is an international society, that's a first question. We are in that international society, but there are some groups, but not a real society. It is marked by a real flagrant deficit and structuring weakness of that common good. You know that the concept of common good is in international law the search of an harmonious balance between general interest and individual interest, between the individual and the collective. There was a moment you talk about the period of the Cold War. There was a moment where the two great powers realized a kind of supreme interest was to maintaining the Earth civilization despite their different models and their different ideologies. And it was because they were afraid of the apocalypse of the nuclear, and we know that apocalypse is always there, but there was another great danger now. There's the climate change, and perhaps the climate change could be a way to be aware of, to find a new common good, and to make all the people, the countries aware of that supreme interest that could act on the creation of an international society, trying to ban crisis and wars, just like the some you mentioned in Ukraine or in Africa, in Yemen, and there are many.
Philip, if I've understood you, what I think you said, you don't really think there's any common underlying link, but there may be a relationship in solving for problems.
Yes.
Because of the severity. And we'll come back to that. Thank you. But let's go around and hear from somebody else. Alexander, would you like to? Please unmute. We're not hearing you.
Unmute.
Thank
okay.
you. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for that. Listen, Gary, of course, with pleasure, but I would say from the very beginning, I will express certain disagreement with you. You are talking about turbulence. I think that we're going through a perfect storm now, not just a turbulence. Life can up on us fast, whether it's upsurge in armed conflicts, the redrawing of the global energy map, students pro-Palestine protest, reminding more and more 1968. We still remember that. Or rapid progress in artificial intelligence. The world changes at mind-boggling speed. This is what is happening in front of our eyes. We just watch that. We're witnessing. And this is happening so fast that we have no time, simply no time to understand the challenge before we find ourselves in a situation where any response is already too late and inadequate. Wars, in fact, are not inevitable. Though, of course, they are not inevitable, but they don't happen without reasons. The world is not just losing control of the situation now. The real problem lies, I think, in searching for solution in the wrong places. And there is such an interesting English term, rebalancing. I am not a native English speaker, so I just, pay attention to all these niceties. That is, it is not so much a statement of the fact that the balance has changed, but it is really emphasizes subjectivity, that the subjects of various relations in the existing balance are looking for new points of support for a new balance. And this is exactly what keeps busy the world of politics today. The density of international contacts at the highest level and is growing exponentially. Not a day goes without some momentous meetings, consultations, negotiations, and anxiety only grows. In this, reiterating Mark Twain. When I watch TV or read news today, sometimes I wonder whether the world is being run by smart people who are putting us on, or by imbeciles who really mean it, what they are doing. What we're experiencing now is more than a test of the durability of the post-Cold War world order. It is its end.
It is? What was the last word?
It is its end. Total and complete end of the post-Cold War order. Therefore, rebalancing is not sufficient, which is going on today. 2 years ago, we had no idea that the new war will break out in Europe, the war that will destroy, explode the world order that existed before completely. Predictably, the first reaction was to glue the pieces together by politicians. But that's a bad mistake. And it's a very bad conceptual mistake, because it is dictated by inertia rather than the reason. It is an attempt to reshuffle the core pieces of the old world order when these remaining pieces do not fit together anymore completely. When I listen to
Alexander, that's great, and I don't want to interrupt you, but I think we're going to come to solutions and how we should do it. But I think you've said, of course, about the perfect storm. I think that's a wonderful way of describing it. It's nothing anybody could disagree with. I think I certainly cannot. And Any further, just last comments, so because we're going to go around a lot of times. Anything further about the reason for this perfect storm right now?
Well, yes, when I listen to the current leaders, I think it's a funny situation. In principle, no one disputes that the Potsdam peace has gone to tatters. Biden and Scholz, Macron and Putin, they're saying the same thing, that the problem we face is the old world order has collapsed. Okay, it has collapsed. We should build a new one. But how do we build a new one? What it should be like? Everyone understands it in their own way, except one point. Whatever they have in mind is the same Potsdam world, slightly reconfigured for their respective interests. That's the problem.
And we're going to come back to that. Very important point. So we're going to mark that because that's a very important point for us to come back to. Anna, would you like to share some thoughts?
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. And I think that these are really the very important questions. And I really would like to be brief, but I would try to show some aspects that are systematic and psychological. So I really try to recognize these root causes. So I think there are many socioeconomic reasons for the rising conflicts and turbulence in the world today. And the escalation that we currently face is the result of the accumulated pressure that has been created through the unsustainable system of inequalities and injustice in the last few decades. Democracy on one side that implies equality among the individuals and capitalism on the other side that fosters inequality coexist with tension and cause further gaps between people, groups, nations, and states. Democracy often represents also an illusion of equality. We know that political elections can still be won through deceit and manipulation, and which we witness in many countries around the world, even here in Europe. Of course, a high level of freedom and human rights can only be achieved in democracy, which means that we still do not have a better system than the one we call Western democracies. At least that is what we, members of the Western society, strongly believe. Capitalism, on the other hand, should promote meritocracy, but what we often get is consumerism and creating needs, sometimes even false needs, with the aim of maximizing profit and accumulating wealth. Which is not a human-centered approach. It is a competitive system with winners and losers. And when we observe the current situation in the world, we note the consequences of this phenomenon very clearly. There are only a few major winners, and the others feel the burden of inequality. And as we are aware, inequality generates insecurity. Furthermore, there is and will always be a need for redistribution of wealth. It cannot be done quickly and efficiently as we would like to, but we hope that it can be done gradually with measures such as universal basic income, the basic needs approach, limiting the wealth of the super rich, or combinations or variations of these. Also, the causes of conflicts, I think they lie within fostering the consumerist and material side of human nature, as well as a culture of violence, aggression, and narcissism. Namely, wars are fought because of greed, superiority complex, and unhealthy strive for power and dominance. So we need to reconsider the outcomes of our educational system and acknowledge that learning does not end by finishing formal education. So as the World Academy stresses in debates on future education, lifelong learning should be recognized and encouraged through many aspects. Also, as we see, the learning outcomes do not correspond to the environment and society that we created. That means that something is wrong in the way we teach. Teaching happens throughout the society, not just within the educational system. We teach and learn through family, media, social media, culture, popular culture, in our work environment, churches, theaters, on the streets. So what we foster every day persists. We must ask ourselves, what emotions, thoughts, and deeds do we strengthen every day? Do we understand or do we judge? Do we contribute to polarization or do we build bridges? Also, as it was mentioned today many times, the global era requires global approaches and it requires global leadership. So current conflicts obviously show the lack of efficient global leadership, as well as a deep moral crisis. Namely, as much as science and technology have progressed in the last centuries, the humanities are lagging behind. So we still do not have the answers to fundamental questions that concern humankind in the sense of ethics and ontology, and I dare say metaphysical questions. So the roots of conflicts, in my opinion, lie deep within human nature. As much as they're needed for change and transformation, conflicts must be predicted, controlled, and solved without violence. Conflicts in the world are a projection of unhealed traumas of individuals and groups, lack of emotional intelligence, understanding, and compassion. We heard a lot about it in the previous session. So major conflicts happen despite all the education, upbringing, lecturing, laws, frameworks, strategies, appeals. We thought that we outgrew wars, that we left them in the past millennium, but they're increasing and escalating as we see, which shows that the roots and causes have still not been resolved. We are dealing too much with handling consequences and often forget the causes. When we identify and solve the causes, the consequences will also be solved. So I think that one underlying root cause is also that we underestimate issues, either by not recognizing them on time or by neglecting them. We have a saying that say, recognize the big when it is small. So nations, just like people, have their tradition, their past, different starting points and development dynamics. So understanding without judging is, as the saying says, highest form of intelligence and could help us overcome the sense of superiority that we all have, both West and East, as well as North and South. So we all are a bit guilty of trying to force our values and dominance on others, at least through history. So the change starts with an honest and deep critique.
Anna, let's look for the solutions a little later. I think you've given us an excellent indictment of the present world order and why it should come to collapse. Or I'm not quite clear as to why it should happen now, but we'll cover that as we go forward. I'd like to hear from the others in the first round, and then we'll come back to further points. Jonathan, what are your thoughts?
Thank you, Gary. And this is a wonderful group to be with. I haven't seen Alexander in some time, and he's always truthful and sobering. And of course, I would get to work with you and Alan and Janani, so it feels like family here. I think the root cause is mythical thinking. It's passionate, zealot identification and worship of ideas and institutions that we create without a proper sense of realism that we're guests in the web of life and we have to live in harmony with it. So as long as identity is unrealistic and the goal is to fulfill the identities that we create that are not realistic, we won't have solutions to the problems. So when the wisdom of the Upanishads that sits over the parliament in Delhi that says the world is one family, that was a moral and spiritual insight from a long time ago. But because of the reach of science and technology today, that is become a moral imperative and a practical necessity. When we put our differences of nation, religion, race, and class above our common humanity, we're not being realistic. And the more we pursue the myths of these identities, the farther from security we will go because we're not being realistic. Realism for the human being will always be in accord with what is good, what is moral, because we're moral creatures. So what is driving, what are the institutions that emerge from these identities? They are de jure institutions. They're institutions that we create, the purposes of which are articulated in their missions. Nations come from the modern state comes from Westphalia. It's based on borders and concepts that we've created of sovereignty that are supposed to be tools. But when we created them in the 17th century, we created them to divide people. The problem that was being addressed was how to get the religious zealots of Protestants and Catholics from slaughtering each other and separating them. But that's not our problem today. And the other major institutions we have are corporations, which were created around a similar historic period, the purpose of which is to increase shareholder value, rather than necessarily produce useful goods and services. So I would say that the core problem, I would call it the problem of modernity and our obsession with our intellects without any spiritual and moral foundation, which leads to what I call the forgotten why. It's to talk dirty, it's a problem of teleology, purpose. So without the why, you have law without justice, medicine without healing, education without character, philosophy without the pursuit of truth, art without beauty, religion without love and transcendence, obsessed with rites, rituals, practices, and dogma, and financial systems without focus on producing goods and services. And the most burlesque of all of these distortions is the pursuit of security, such that the more the how weaponry is produced, nuclear weapons in particular, the less security is obtained. So we have to come back to to reevaluate the why of our
part of the solutions. We'll come back to the solution, but I just want to check, because it sounds to me you're really in very eloquent terms or other eloquent terms agreeing with what Anna says, that the fundamental basis for our society is not sustainable. But I guess maybe I didn't make my original question quite clear. Why now? We had 30 years where, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, it looked like we were gaining momentum on the SDGs and all. We were going in a positive direction in many. Why now suddenly we've hit a perfect storm? Is it these problems that you indicated and Anna indicated are not new? They've been written through society for centuries, if not at least decades in the modern era. So I'm trying to see if, at least through our discussion, we can say this was not expected after the end of the Cold War, that we're going to go for 30 years and then suddenly we're going to hit when the SDGs were drawn up in 2015, there was a certain optimism, unprecedented. 193 countries coming together and saying in 15 years we're going to do all these things, we're going to achieve these goals. I don't think people were bluffing about that. There was a lot of support for it. So something, I think there's got to be something more we can understand. Alan, what are your thoughts on it?
Well, thank you very much, Gary, for bringing us together and also for the entire conference, which is really illuminating. I haven't had a chance to listen to all of the sessions, but the ones I have been incredible. I think I'm following up on what Jonathan, who's put sort of like a philosophical and moral, ethical framework, and I'll talk more on the political side. And I think the key issue and why it's a storm at the moment is that both national and corporate interest at the moment are triumphing over common security. And I say triumphing because these have been, in a sense, dancing with each other to some degree since the formation of the United Nations, which was established on a common security basis. And the common security basis is that we base our security on international conflict resolution. That's a requirement in the UN Charter and the rule of law. And so the Charter lays down quite strongly that the threat or use of force is prohibited in international relations, except in the case of self-defense, and that states have an obligation to resolve their conflicts through diplomacy, negotiation, mediation, arbitration, adjudication. And That is part of the developing of the order that was sort of like holding the world together. Sometimes it was more to the front than others. We got away from it in the height of the Cold War when the two big superpowers were threatening each other with nuclear weapons, and looked like it was going to destroy civilization. At that time, in stepped Olof Palme in 1982, who reminded us collectively, hey, we need to work for common security. That's what the UN was set up about. And that's what's going to be sustainable security, not threatening each other with nukes. Mikhail Gorbachev picked that up, and he took forward that idea of common security, of engaging with the West, not in building up more nuclear weapons against them, on working on how to resolve this. And then as the Soviet Union was dissolving to what was supposed to be a more egalitarian model, Gorbachev put forward the idea of a common security framework for Europe. The problem at that stage was that was rejected by the West, and instead the West armed NATO. Gorbachev lost influence in Russia because of that. It looked like he'd failed. The West wasn't interested in common security. And then came Putin, who had a totally different approach. Again, national interest and self-interest. And that then took to the fore in Russia. So this is what we're seeing, not just in the West and Russia, but also in other areas where corporate interests and national interest triumph over the idea of common security. We're going to have this storm. And that common security, we have the elements in there. I disagree with Alexandra. I don't think we throw away the common security framework we have. The UN has established a legal framework, a political framework for developing common security. The problem is that countries haven't invested enough political capital or financial capital. The UN budget, $6 billion per year, is less than 1% of the global military budget. Only 75 countries have actually accepted the compulsory jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice. If we're going to have a common security order, we need to have everyone adhering to international law. So you should accept the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice. So here is sort of what my thinking is: the common security is falling down, but it hasn't collapsed. We still have those elements there. There's still a lot of support for that. Look at the attention that's been given to the International Court of Justice lately, because diplomacy has been failing with some of these conflicts, and people are looking to the court like, is this a possibility to resolve these? So I think we have the elements there, and we'll talk more about that later.
Okay, you're saying that things are falling down, and I think you're all agreeing that that our foundation in practice is not sustainable. You're covering it from different perspectives, all of them valid. I'm not quite sure we got to any particular reason why this perfect storm should come all at once, unless, Alan, I'm not sure if you were implying in your opening remarks that in this period after the end of the Cold War, where corporate power and money power just received an unprecedented, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, I'm trying to understand if I've understood you, that the driving force was a new power structure in the world that in the vacuum of the end of the Cold War could grow and globalize beyond nation states, beyond the control of nation states, and create not only new positives, but new instabilities and new competitiveness. I'm not trying to put your words in your mouth. I'm trying to understand what's happening now. I thought, we hear every day in the paper about these different crises, sometimes 3 on a page, one after another. And I wanted to take it, and that's what I'd like to do, is go to the second question. Is the reason for the first question was the solutions that we're trying to get now. Alan, if I heard you right, you're saying we already know the solutions, but we're not practicing them. Well, I don't know, have we been practicing them better in the past? Under what circumstances is one thing, or should we be doing something different? What is the efficacy of the strategies that we're following now? And whatever the reason for this perfect storm is, what do we need to conclude about the strategies and approaches that will help us be more effective than we are now? Or are we already doing the maximum possible. Would anybody like to start? Second round? I put a hypothesis just for, Alan, you want to say something?
Janani, I think, should go first, because I
Well,
don't think we've
Janani's
heard from her
a
yet.
moderator. She's welcome to contribute.
I was just going to suggest that we can again go in the same order, starting from Philip, so that I think he is unmuted. So that...
Okay, Philip?
Yes, I think we have to, that has been said, to rebuild the world, but I think we have to take stock of the failure we had during all the period after the Second World War. You should remember the Raymond Aron formula. Tomorrow we will arm wisdom without prescribing our human values. The idea of arming wisdom was the hope of the necessity and the creation of the United Nations after the Second World War. But everybody knows the Article 1 of the Charter of the United Nations, to maintain international peace, security, develop friendly relations, achieve international cooperation. But we all know that we don't know the Article 45 and Article 47. And this article was those who gave the capacity, who should give the capacity to hold immediately available forces contingent for combining an international enforcement action, to create a military staff committee, and so on. And we know that this article stay death letter. In fact, they were not applied. So that create the real incapacity of the United Nations, and perhaps we have to take stock of that experience and change that. We talk about Ukraine at the incapacity of United Nations to act. We should stress on and point out on the incapacity of Europe to act on its own continent. It was the case in Bosnia-Herzegovina in 1995, in Kosovo 1999, and it was the way in 2014 and 2022 in Ukraine. We all know all the effort done in Europe to build institutions, to try to gather funding, to try to build a European defense system. But in fact, they were unable to do it years after years, treaties after treaties, summit after summit. And perhaps the time has come to build up the European Union strategic and military autonomy, not to make war, but perhaps to have the capacity to do what Raymond Aron said, to arm the wisdom and to try to avoid these crises and who engage human security. So perhaps a new defense paradigm. That's not all. You should add also a new preventive diplomacy on the side, because that not with violence that you will stop violence, but probably go in what the President Emmanuel Macron said some weeks ago, try to build a credible defense, to have a credible diplomacy at the European level, but also at the worldwide level.
Good, thank you. You know, the reason I was starting to start from the causes, because many proposals are being put forth for the Summit of the Future. We've got a lot of work going on reframing the global governance system by certain groups. So many proposals for governance of AI and everything. Let me just back up for a minute. I'd like to hear any thoughts that you have. If we look at the situation that what's happened in the last 30 years, after the end of the Cold War, we did have remarkable achievements on reduction of military spending by about a third in a few years. Reduction of the nuclear weapons was quite dramatic, very dramatic at a certain time. The founding of the EU and takeoff and all the progress in Europe has really been a progress of the last. I mean, the significant part of it was the last 30 years. We had WTO creating a much more global market than before. We had the internet coming and connecting humanity as never before. And some of the, I mean, in some ways that there have been tremendous positives. When we say that we look back and see the failures to implement the UN Charter, of course, that's not something new. We have a group that's coming to New York in September to say there's I think it's Section 109 or something, Article 109, that says the UN Charter should be reviewed every 10 years, and it's never been reviewed since it was drawn up. We had the UN Declaration of Human Rights, but we know it was never given legal authority. In fact, Jeff Schwartz said recently, a couple of years ago, I heard him say, that the SDGs, Agenda 2030, was really the first attempt to really institutionalize the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in terms of specific goals and targets by 193 countries in the world. So we saw a lot of efforts to move forward on things that were only good on paper before, but were never really given the strength they had. That means more people moving together than ever before, more contact between people around the world, especially with the internet and social media, the contacts, more travel, more communications, more interaction, more foreign migration, and people living in foreign countries and all. And of course, that means from some measure, the social change in the world has been more rapid in the last 30 years than maybe at any time in history, and increasing. And then we saw suddenly the AI. AI is not the first challenging technology to have, but suddenly in a couple of months and years, people who are going into the education now, university, whatever it is, they wonder what jobs will be available 2 years from now. They don't know what to study. So the speed of change has been phenomenal. And the reason I'm raising this is because we hear so much about solutions that are based assuming that we're still living in the same world. Alexander says this is a perfect storm, and you don't come out of a storm and pretend a perfect storm and pretend that everything's business as usual, and we're only going to do the things we didn't do before. Is it possible that the pace of social change and the stresses generated from the intensity of that change and the contact, the unprecedented contact between cultures from very different perspectives at very different levels of development and all, the stresses and uncertainty of that, it creates, we see it in the US, it creates reactions from those who don't want, who are uncomfortable with the idea of the American character of America changing, or the character of Europe changing, or the situation in Eastern Europe changing, because Russia was an empire for centuries, having dominant view. Is it possible that our institutions are simply not able to respond quickly enough and dramatically enough to, and if we're trying to use the same old institutions, I'm thinking particularly of education, because education doesn't seem to be radically changing to keep pace with the changes in the world today. Some of you may be closer to it than I am. Alexander, you're teaching now and all. But are we really? Is our educational system really coping and preparing students to understand the complexity of the world we live in and give them a new understanding of the direction and giving our future leaders that guidance that we need? Is this perfect storm simply because the change has become more than the stress of the patience of society, the speed of cultural evolution can withstand? I'm raising it, whether that hypothesis is valid or not, because in looking at solutions, we have to ask whether the kind of solutions that the leaders are focusing on now are really solutions that can work with this great sense of instability and insecurity. It's fortunate. I think it. But for whatever reason, I have to thank Jonathan for this, for introducing us to the UN Trust Fund on Human Security, because I think human security is really the thing that's most lacking today, in spite of our greatest technology, our greater economic power than anything in the world. And yet we're not getting a feeling of greater security. We're getting, in all countries, a greater sense of insecurity. So I'm just throwing this out. When we're thinking of solutions, what are the kind of solutions we're going to need that are going to reach the fundamental basis for the perfect storm and offer some hope that we can pass through it learn something from it and really move to a new platform? And I think a lot of what the Academy has been saying, and I'm not claiming foresight for this, I think a lot of what we're voicing, and Jonathan has been voicing in every forum he goes to, is that unless the basis for peace is a sense of human security, when that basic security is gone, whether it's jobs going to China or AI taking over for the work we're doing or something else, when that insecurity is there, you get any demagogue coming in and saying the problem is with the current leaders and we have to go back to something old. And maybe that's what Putin's doing now, gain the security of a society which nobody around them could disagree or question. I'm just trying to throw out some ideas for further reflection. Can we look at the current approaches? We've known about climate change for a long time. Now we get a feeling, I think most people say there's no way we can handle it. It's too late. It's too late to do the SDGs. We're so far behind. And when it's too late, what do? You don't follow anymore. What's the sense of worrying about it? Let's just, and what does the young generation do? Any thoughts from anybody? I'd like to just take it as you care. You can go in any line you want. The purpose of the discussion was to really, I see, okay, thanks, Alan. I was looking a little down and didn't see your hand up there. I think the idea is, I'm not worried about the order, sequence, logic, or even consensus that we get. I think the idea was to see whether a different type of thinking is needed and where we might come out of this, where we start. Alan, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to follow up a little bit more on international conflict resolution and the role of law. If you look under the UN Charter, which, the UN, the principal purpose was to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war. And so in the UN Charter, it has obligations not to threaten or use force, and the obligations to resolve conflicts peacefully. But this has been breaking down. Now, where it's been breaking down is that there has been less capacity, or maybe less leadership. When there's good leadership and when there's good conditions, then international conflicts can be resolved through diplomacy, through negotiation. But when the conditions are changing and when there's leadership is not so visionary or excellent, and that breaks down, then what we see now is recourse to armed conflict in so many places. What we should be doing instead is using the other aspects that are there in the UN Charter. That includes mediation, arbitration, and adjudication. And these work. And I know because my country's been involved in this, New Zealand, in a number of different situations. We've done mediation to resolve the situation when France blew up our peace boat in the harbour, and then we caught their agents. France put an economic boycott of New Zealand, so we couldn't sell any products in the whole of the European Union. France was much more powerful than New Zealand. We used mediation from the UN Secretary General. We resolved that conflict. International Court of Justice. There are a number of times when a smaller, less powerful country has taken a more powerful country to the International Court of Justice and won, and that more powerful country has accepted the decision, or at least implemented it, sometimes reluctantly. I mean, Libya versus Chad. Libya had invaded, the disputed territory. The court found in favor of Chad, which is much less powerful than Libya, and Libya then accepted the decision of the court and withdrew their military and signed the peace agreement. Nicaragua versus United States. If you know this, Ronald Reagan was supporting the Contras against, the Nicaraguan government. Nicaragua won the case in the court. Ronald Reagan said the United States would not go along with it, but the Congress passed the Boland Amendment. There were court cases in the US. It gave Oscar Arias, that court decision gave Oscar Arias the legal and political capital to negotiate the Central American peace accords, which helped resolve the conflicts within Central America, and the United States basically ended up having to accept the decision from the court. There are numerous other examples of how effective the International Court of Justice can be. Now, we just heard from the president of the International Court of Justice, the US judge, Judge Donoghue, when she testified to the Security Council last year, how most of the decisions of the court are actually accepted and implemented. The problem is, at the moment, is that we don't utilize it sufficiently. As I said, only 74 UN member states accept the compulsory jurisdiction of the court. So some of those critical cases, which could be resolved through law, just don't get to the court. So we need to put more emphasis on encouraging countries to accept the jurisdiction, on giving more resources to the court, because it's got a huge caseload, nearly 30 cases on the court docket at the moment, and it's just they don't have the capacity to run through the cases quickly. We need to give more resources to the court to be able to take on all these cases, and that would be a key way that we'd be able to resolve some of these conflicts. And why is it a key way? Because the court drops it from a confrontational political approach, we have one side versus another, to a historical approach, the facts and the application of law. Many times through the investigative process of the court and the laying out of the background to this, it's actually ended up with the two sides being able to find some way of negotiating a settlement based on the fact that it was in the court. It's a face-saving way. It provides a factual basis, it provides a political solution when without taking that, it's so difficult. So I emphasize we have that as one of the tools in the UN. There are other tools as well, and I would emphasize that the UN Secretary General in New Agenda for Peace did such a good job of highlighting that we have incredible tools there. We just need to make better use of them, and that's what the UN Summit of the Future is primarily about, making better use of the legal and diplomatic tools, the tools for creating common security that just aren't emphasized enough at the moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you.
I wanted to point out some of the chat messages that we just got.
Yeah, okay.
One from Michael Marion, when you asked the question, why now? I'll read out a part of his comment. The major root cause for our global backsliding is too much useful and entertaining information by too many people in too many media promoting fragmentation. This promotes authoritarian leadership. Also, academic fragmentation and vertical thinking inhibits the horizontal thinking, such as human security for all. That is one. And then just another comment from Natalia Tumaha. This is part of a much longer message. As for the solution, what she proposes is we must all focus our attention at the starting point for solving our global problems, not on what divides us, but on what unites us. Be able to look at the situation through the eyes of the other side. And she quotes Tolstoy, happy families are all alike. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. It's part of a much longer message, and we'll save all these chat messages so that we can go through them in detail later.
Good. Thank you, Janani. You can draw on other messages as they come up and keep us informed. Thank you. Other thoughts?
Anna's got her hand raised.
May I?
Anna, please.
Yes. So I'll go back to the root causes. So we must make a distinction between the root causes and the consequences. So what we see now are the consequences, but the causes are always philosophical and psychological. And I strongly agree with Jonathan, what he said. And if you say that all these issues that we mentioned before are not new, so why didn't we solve them? Why did we underestimate them? Why we neglected them? Why didn't we react when we had the chance? So some people think, of course, we are living in the best world ever. So medicine, science, technology is progressing rapidly. We have the globalization, we travel, we connect through social media. So those are all positive sides. But what are the dangers is that we always come back to ethics. So whatever happens within the STEM field, we always come back to ethics and the unethical use, the risks, so the problem remains the human nature. So we can't neglect the root causes of, for example, that our education is maybe neglecting practical psychology, empathy, cooperation, conflict solving, emotional intelligence. So whatever we do, we have this trajectory of STEM progressively rising, but on the other hand, the humanities are always slowly rising or even stagnating. So I think these psychological, spiritual, philosophical questions are really the major part of the solution. I agree that we have to, with Ellen, what he said, we have to have, I'm a diplomat, so we have to mediate, we have to cooperate. We need more cooperation, less competitiveness. We need, as one of the persons in the comments said, we need to focus on what unites us, not on what divides us. We need more dialogue, less debating. We need more understanding, less judging. And what Jonathan said, we need to focus on the why in every situation. So I think that it would be useful to make steps for the future. So today we had a big conversation here in Berlin about future wars. So why are we talking about wars? So we still don't work about we don't talk about future peace, but we see how the wars will look like in the future. So we don't solve the causes, but we only see what types of different consequences we will face in the future.
And that's an important statement you've made, and something of what we had in mind in this session. If even now we're continuing to think in the way that has caused the problems in the first place or allowed them to be caused, don't we need a different type of thinking from that? Jonathan.
Yeah, I go back to realism. Mythical thinking is entertaining. Sometimes it's useful for psychological uncovering, like religious mythology. But you can't drive on a mountain road using a myth. You have to have an actual realistic map. And I go back to saying our two major institutional structures that we create, one for security and one for producing goods and services, are both the wrong bus. Our definition of security is founded on nationalism and militarism. which the more you perfect it now, the less security you get.
Yeah.
And the way we produce goods and services is largely generated by the limited liability corporation, which is a very recent institution that's not focused on protecting the regenerative processes of nature, which is a given. In fact, the more we go into the AI world, the more we go into the digitalized way of understanding the natural world, the farther we go from actually understanding its underlying structures, its mystery, and its purpose. We get more fascinated by the how in which we do things and go farther away from the why. So we need a story commensurate with the real world, a story that includes the moral and practical imperative of being in harmony with the natural world, not dominating it. That's not a realistic approach. If the human community continues with the pursuit of trying to dominate the natural world, we will move farther and farther away from security, because Mother Nature has its own rules and we can't dominate it, and we shouldn't, because that takes us away from our human purpose. Last but not least, as I was saying, we've forgotten our purposes in institutions, and education without character, education without having an understanding of what it is to be human, is producing people who actually pursue domination and selfishness, a competitive ethos that privileges and reinforces alienation and arrogance, which doesn't lead to fulfillment. So it comes back to the qualities and the institutions that are realistic with the natural world and the spirit of being human, which is founded on qualities that liberate us from the illusion of being separate. What are those qualities? Love, compassion, justice, patience, peacefulness. They're not in our educational system. They're not, at least in the United States, they're intentionally kept out. And in the institutions that even pay lip service to them are largely in the religious community, which largely reinforces separation, which takes us farther away from love, compassion, and so forth. So it seems to me that we need to have a story. Stories are really important. We need to have a political story that's in accord with the reality of the natural world and the reality that in the Anthropocene, the neighborhood is a moral location, and our identity as human beings, our core humanity, has to come first. As founders of WAAS said, remember your humanity, forget the rest. And what is our humanity? Our humanity is a very noble, dignified, beautiful blessing. We're not just consumers. We're not just consumers, and we're not here just to survive. We're here to thrive and to soar. We have a purpose as human beings, and our institutions are not reinforcing that purpose. I know but there are practical implications for what I'm saying. You know, if you take the practical implications of the de jure institutions that produce goods and services, it means that their 10K reports, their quarterly reports, have to include impact on the natural world, not as if the natural world is an externality that you don't have to mention. So these are the philosophical change I'm talking about can translate very quickly into policies. So just take that one, for example. The central banks of the world in Glasgow came out and said they want to include climate impact in their loan portfolios. And now we're in an actual debate at a bureaucratic level in the United States as to whether Securities and Exchange reporting, quarterly reports of corporations, should include some what are called externalities. The idea that the real world is an externality to what you're reporting is kind of insane, because it's basically saying we're only going to report on the artificial world we've created, the financial institutions, and we'll treat the real world as optional. That's crazy. That's I would say that's like driving on a mountain road with an illusory map. The real world is our point of reference. And there are policy implications also in talking about the reality of the world being one family, because no country can survive if we don't protect the climate collectively, if we don't protect the oceans collectively. And the pursuit of national identity over collective security it's not mutually assured destruction, it's self-assured destruction. So I come back to these, in the 17th century, the idea of the state was kind of a fantastic idea. And there were a bunch of wonks who just, put it out there. So ideas can matter. And the United States is founded on an idea an ought that we haven't achieved yet, but it's a compelling ought. All people are created equal. It's being challenged by the same ignorance that pursues domination. Sure. So this battle between our humanity and humility and caring for one another versus selfishness is not new. It's only that in the Anthropocene, if we continue to go the wrong direction, we have the capacity for the first time to destroy the future. That's new. And Gary, I think that's something that's really important to mention when you're talking about accelerated change.
Yeah.
Our impact on the natural world is
Absolutely.
geometrically increasing.
Absolutely.
And we just hit a tipping point in the last few years in which the institutions that I would say, as Wangari and Matthias say, are the wrong bus, have reached a point in which our misdefinition of security is showing up in Gaza and Ukraine, and our misdefinition of how we pursue human well-being is showing up in climate. But it's also showing up in destroying species. It's also showing up in putting the Gulf Stream at risk, which would be absolutely devastating. It's showing up across the board. And I come back to the core purpose of the state, the core purpose of the corporation. And that's in our gift. That could be created by words and stories.
Great.
But it's not a story that it's a gift to be human. It's not a story that we're going to die. It's not a story that we have love in our capacity. It's not a story that there are some people that live in myths and some people are wise. It's not a story that the human being is a fantastic, noble creature that can either thrive or destroy. That's not a story. These are realities.
Thank you, Jonathan, for a very rich comment and for the comments that have come before. We're going to close in about 10 minutes.
We're going to make sure we want to hear Alexander gave us a real
I won't let him go. Don't worry about that. The door is locked until we finish our discussion. Sealed. But I just wanted to note a question by Susan Clark. She's asking whether this discussion will be available. The video is already online. It will be available online in an edited form in a day or two. But the text transcript will also be available for anybody who wants it. If you write to support at World Academy, we're happy to share it, especially if, like Susan, you're offering to write an article with your thoughts on this for Cadmus. The whole purpose of this discussion was really to stimulate some more thinking on an issue where we've been so focused on blaming, not we, but the world has been so focused on blaming one person or one event or the other for things that it's avoided getting down to the fundamentals that I think are coming out here. And that's what we wanted. We wanted to start a discussion here, certainly not to end it or conclude it or figure out that we've emerged with all the answers that the world needs. We wanted to ask the questions that we think that the world needs to ask. So I just give you one last opportunity for maximum, say, two minutes each. And then it's been at the end of a long, full day full of ideas. So anyone who would like to, this is not compulsory, we've already heard a lot, but anybody would like to make just whatever's left on your mind for 2-3 minutes? Alexander, please.
John, thank you very much, Gary. I wanted to answer to Jonathan about realism and the story thing. And I wanted to mention, it's not the conclusion of my conclusion, but if you don't give me another opportunity, it's okay. You know, Jonathan, I've listened, it's very interesting, but at the same time, I was a little bit confused because realism is a very tricky concept. I'm sure you understand that. I'll give you my personal experience. I was about 4 years old. Just imagine Moscow after the war. My mother walks me as a child through the groceries because in one she can get some bread, in another some milk, etc., etc. And while we walk, suddenly we see a crowd of people, and there is a bus stop, and a person falls down, holds his throat, becomes red, and starts to suffocate. And people surround him, not knowing what to do. And suddenly a small woman jumps out of this crowd and shouts, "Men, some of you, do you have a knife?" Men. Nobody reacted. So she looked around, found an empty bottle, struck it against the road, and then, with a piece of glass, cut it into his throat. Blood bubbled out, and she was almost lynched by the crowd there immediately. But at that time, the emergency came. Somebody called on the telephone from the booth, and the emergency came, and the doctor came. Stop it, stop it. She saved his life. He was suffocating because of the allergy. And she opened the realism, dictated to everybody that she killed him. So we should be very cautious with the ideas of realism being on top of everything. After all, if we're talking about moral values, ideas, etc., etc., it has never been realism. It has always been a product of human mind, which is not realism. So I would say I would appreciate to have some time so that we could correlate our views together on this issue. And can I just a couple of words on
No,
the
please, you give your yes,
So
please
I
go
think
ahead.
the
Go ahead.
biggest problem today and the source of this messiness of the geopolitical situation is the lack of consensus about the global distribution of power.
Mm-hmm.
Who runs the world? Do we still have a world of US hegemony? Is it a bipolar or multipolar world? Or are states no longer the globe's only actor?
Great.
Do we instead live in an age, as some argue, technopolarity, where corporate titans such as Amazon, Apple, Google, etc., are the new great powers, in fact? Today's circumstances call for an updated operating system. What has existed after the end of the war, I mean, even not the Cold War, but the Second World War? We need a new operating system, effective multilateralism. I prefer plurilateralism that is based not only on the Westphalian sovereign state pattern, but involves also nascent stakeholders of the global international society, because we're being now part more and more of the international society thanks to the digital opportunity and networks that exist today. And if in the past we were invited to vote every 4 years during the elections, national elections, now we are expressing our preference every day through Facebook, through Instagram, through Telegram, etc., etc. It all must be taken into account. Otherwise, we will remain among the wishful thinkers, trying to achieve all the best, being against all the evil, but not going ahead on any particular issue we are talking about. I think this is the key problem of today. I think that sovereign states have been mythologized for 400 years as a natural unit of political order, but history shows how new they are. If we compare with the history length, it's only 400 years, and how we can think now beyond them. This is the most important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. I must say there have been some very rich comments in this session, and I will give Alan a chance to comment as well. What Jonathan said about the basis for real peace is not national security. What Alexander said about the center of power is no longer in the governments and the nation states, and that we see the weakness that comes or the confusion that comes when other powers that are not covered by are not strictly under anybody's control are let loose. This is the kind of thinking I'd like to see more of in the academy as we go forward, to try to really look at new paradigms of thought about what's happening and what's emerging. And that's what I hope for. So we've got a few hands up for our final comments, and then we will close on time. Philip, last remarks, 2-3 minutes.
Thank you, Gary. I share many things that has been said. 3 points. Why are we there? Probably, but because we were yesterday and we are also today too optimistic about the humankind. And because we are on that part of the world where we could be optimistic. I think that's a point. The second one is about diplomacy. We have the impression that there is no real diplomatic effort to put an end to the wars in Ukraine or in Gaza. And in fact, wars threaten human security, that had been said, but benefit some other humans. And that's the point we have to tackle, because that's not all equal sum play. 3, as you said, Gary, education is central. It must be an education that frees us from our certainty. So what conviction and knowledge can be brought into dialogue, and our conviction and the conviction of others, and that could be established common shared knowledge, stabilized by the deliberation, by the sharing between the different people and the people that are so different in the different parts of the world. This knowledge obviously requires an understanding of the other and of the temporal trajectories, the past, the present, and the future. And I think that is very important and linked to the foresight you mentioned a few minutes ago. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you very much. Alan, last couple of minutes, remarks.
Thank you very Thank you very much, Gary. I don't have anything to add in terms of comments, but just I put into the chat 4 documents which go into those in a little bit more depth. One is the Legal Alternatives to War campaign. We have about 100 organizations participating in this, highlighting how we can more effectively use the International Court of Justice to resolve international conflicts and ensure the implementation of international law. Also, just the background, success stories from the International Court of Justice. We hear failures, but there's no publicity about all the success stories. So we've started, and we'll be doing some online events just to highlight some of the incredible success stories there have been. And I put one document in there. And also on common security, the article that I did for Cadmus on the promise of peace and nuclear abolition has large power aggression destroyed
Wonderful
common
article.
security. And I put the link in there. And thank you very much, Gary, for the opportunity to write
Thank
something in more detail about that. And even with the disturbing circumstances we are in the world at the moment, I still have some optimism that we can pull this around. And then the common security platform, where we're also bringing together other partners in building the idea of common security and how we can rebuild that as the main approach for ensuring that we can prevent war, resolve conflicts, ensure the implementation of law. Thank you very much. Those links are in the chat.
It's bringing a lot of people together and a lot of thoughts together more than ever before. I don't know if anybody was at the Nairobi conference that just took place, where thousands and thousands of youth groups were there and NGOs were there preparing. Okay, last comments. Anna.
Thank you. Regarding the global dimension, so current conflicts, but also future, I think we must strengthen the global citizenship paradigm. So the cosmopolitan democracy. I'm a strong supporter of a world government and a world parliament or a UN Parliamentary Assembly. And I think those are all instruments which can help the cosmopolitan democracy, or something that will be transnational and non-aligned with many of the with any of the major blocs right now. And of course, with my last remark, I would like to go back to education, and in 2 segments. One is ethics, the other is psychology. That means empathy, compassion, love, universal brotherhood, and stuff like that. So when we see today's leaders, the ones that are also starting wars are highly intelligent, they're very successful, and they are very educated. We can all agree on that. But on the morality of their actions, so we see that ethics there plays a role. Regarding artificial intelligence, technology, medicine, pharmaceutical industry, we see that it's all progressing, but the ethical component is a problem. Social media, connecting the world. So it's a major opportunity, but the moral side is problematic. So I will finish with the thought of the importance of education, and we're doing it for the future generations. We can have instant remedies, so we must think about future generations and foster ethics and practical psychology.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you very much. Jonathan, last word.
Thank you. We know that genetically, all of us are 99.99% the same. The difference between anybody in this call is less than 1%. So our common humanity is very, very affirmed, in my opinion, by the fact that we all depend upon the health of the oceans, which provides the phytoplankton, which is 60% of our oxygen. So not only are we genetically very similar as people, but we're actually being breathed by the same phenomena. Now, Alexander, I agree with you. Zealotry and understanding realism is very dangerous. The real world is mysterious beyond our measure. Quantum physics lets us know this. But there are certain facts, like I've just stated, that we all depend on the third lung that are being ignored in our major institutions. The fact of our common humanity is being ignored in religions and nations and in our education. So I think that we need to come back to some moral guidelines and some better uses of science to define what is real. The moral guideline that I like, that I haven't heard enough, is love people, use things. Never love things and use people. And I would go and agree with you. My idea of what's real is a thing. And my idea of what's real should never get ahead of my loving people.
Thank you. Alexander, last word?
Last word, just a reaction. You know, Jonathan, I've just had 3 hours today with a group of students from our school that were on strike, on protest with pro-Palestinians. And the school asked me to make a talk to them. It was supposed for 1 hour. It lasted 3 hours altogether. And I'm just wondering if I told them that all the Palestinians and Israelis are just 0.01% where I would have been now.
I want to thank you all and thank all of those who have been listening and inviting all of you to share further thoughts that come up when you wake up tomorrow or when we circulate the text and the recording. The purpose was to stimulate fresh thinking on this, and I think we have done that, and I appreciate the contributions of everybody. Thank you for your patience. When they organized this session, I thought surely this is the most challenging session of the General Assembly, and it was intended to be. We needed a little out of the box, and you've helped us do it. Thank you. And we're going to come back at the end of the June 26th for the third and last session. We're going to have something. How do we go forward from this? What have we learned? We get a month, 6 weeks to think about what we've discussed and what we've learned. Thank you all very much, and look forward to seeing you again next month. Bye now. Bye. And thank you, Janani, too, for all the organization, and thank our team for the whole team for doing a fantastic job of organizing this conference so smoothly.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye now.